We're ready whenever you are, sir.
This time we'll call to order the meeting of June 6, 2022. Before we move to closed session, City Attorney, do you have anything you want to say?
No, other than just to confirm that you read each description before we go in.
You want me, or usually you'd read it in the past?
Okay, in the past, does your city attorney read
Yeah.
them? I'm happy
Yeah.
to do it.
Okay.
Item number 1, hearing of complaints / charges against public employee, title city clerk pursuant to Government Code Section 54957, subdivision B1-2. Item number 2, consideration of public employee employment, title city clerk pursuant to Government Code Section 54957, subdivision B1. Item number 3, Government Code Section 54957, public employee performance evaluation, title interim city attorney. Item number 4, Government Code Section 54957, public employee appointment / employment, title city attorney.
Thank you. Do we have any speaker cards?
We have no speakers.
Is there a motion to move to closed session?
So moved.
The motion, is there a second? Motion and a second, all in favor?
Yes.
Aye. Motion carries 4-0. This time we'll call to order the meeting of June 6, 2022. Councilmember Burns, will you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes.
Ready, begin.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Morales,
Present.
Vice Mayor Perez,
Present.
Mayor Velasquez.
Here.
Councilmember Resendez,
Present.
Councilmember Burns,
Here.
Chief Reynoso,
Here.
City Manager Miller,
Here.
City Attorney Lerner.
Here.
The agenda for the City of Hollister City Council regular meeting of June 6, 2022 was posted on the bulletin board at City Hall on June 2nd, 2022 at 3:30 p.m. per Government Code Section 54954.2.
Thank you. City Attorney, would you please report out from closed session?
Yes, nothing to report, Mayor and Council.
Thank you. We're going to now move to the consent agenda. Are there any items council would like to pull?
Yes. Just the resolution on the levy on taxes and the street closures. So
Got it.
7,
7. Only 7?
no, 4 and 7.
4 and 7. Do we have any speaker cards on any of these?
No, we have no speakers on consent.
Thank you. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Motion is second. All in favor?
Aye.
Yes.
All right. Motion carries. We'll move to item A4.
Thank you, Mayor. This is a question to our city manager. When we were talking about the levies, we asked about our credit rating and we were going to get a report back on that. It seems appropriate to just ask at this time.
Yeah, we're going through the bond process right now and they're figuring out our bond rating with change of the interest rates that they've kind of put on it. on a delay, but we have not received that yet. So, but as soon as I get that information, I'll get it out to the council.
Do we have a timeline on when we might get that information back?
I'll ask them and see why it's been held up this long.
Okay. And
Sorry.
do you see any potential issues?
No,
Maybe you can talk about what it has been and how we moved from, I think it was
yeah, for
double B
the,
negative, and then
Correct.
we moved to A.
correct. Oh, you just did. For the wastewater bond, we went from triple B minus, and then got it up to, I believe it's a double A. I'll get all that information for everybody.
Thank you. Any other questions on that?
Not on 4.
Is there a motion? Sorry. There was no public comment.
There are no speakers on this item.
Is there a motion?
Move to adopt.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Yes.
All right, motion carries 5-0. Move to item A7.
On this item, just like to ask city staff if it's possible to notify the residents anytime that there's a closure. I know that there were some concerns with a festival where people were just kind of stuck and they couldn't leave and they had things to do. So it created just a lot of unnecessary traffic and delays. So if we can notify the residents of when it's happening in a timely manner, that way they can plan their day accordingly.
For this particular street closure, the applicant got more than a majority of the businesses that are affected in that area to sign off, to sign the petition that it was, they were okay with the closure. And then I believe our Public Works Department puts up signs, is it 72 hours before, just to let people know that that block is going to be closed. So it should be noticed like a couple days before the event.
Actually, no, I was gonna bring it up on my G4.
Okay, thanks.
Any speaker cards?
We have no speakers on this item.
Thank you. Is there a motion?
Move to adopt.
Is there a second? Motion is second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries. We will move to public input. This is time for anyone in the audience to speak on any item not on the agenda and within the subject matter jurisdiction of the council. Speaker cards are available in the lobby and are to be completed and given to the city clerk before speaking. When the city clerk calls your name, please come to the podium, state your name and city for the record, and speak to the city council. If you're joining us by Zoom, please click on the bottom of your screen to raise your hand. If you're joining us by Zoom using a cell phone, please press *9. Each speaker will be limited to 3 minutes with a maximum of 30 minutes per subject. Please note that state law prohibits the city council from discussing or taking action on any item not on the agenda. Do we have any speaker cards?
Yes, the first speaker is Sally Biersdorf.
My name is Sally Biersdorf. I represent the South Valley Floors Garden Club. We have purchased a Blue Star plaque for the Veterans Memorial Hall. And it is our wish, we were hoping to have it dedicated on the 6th of August during the festivities. So we've been told this cannot happen. So we wanted to have it reviewed by you and possibly give us the go-ahead to do that. The plans are already started for proper mounting of this plaque. I have a picture of the plaque here, which is a national plaque that goes in throughout the country. It's done through National Garden Clubs. National Garden Clubs affiliated with California Garden Clubs handles all of these plaques and sees to the proper locations throughout the country for these plaques, that they're proper. So they're in respect for all veterans. The Blue Star is something that veterans all know about. So that I think they'd be very proud to see that at our Veterans Hall. We would like to have a dedication along. I know that there's going to be a dedication of a time capsule. The time capsule and the Blue Star are going to be on identical pillars that are going to be mounted in front of the VFW. So we hope that, all the members of the community can see this and appreciate it. And we know that the veterans will. So we're hoping that this, this is our gift to the city. It was an expensive gift because it had to be cast. So it's quite a nice thing. And we have done this in Gilroy. I have another speaker here that will talk about the Gilroy planting and things that we did there. But this is our wish that this be done on the 6th of August, along with the other dedication. All the notable people will be there. And we would like to have people from National Garden Clubs come as well. So that's my time. And if anyone would like to see the different memorials or the plaque itself that's here, has arrived. It's been here since April.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much for your time.
The next speaker is Susan Mister.
Good evening, council members, Mayor Velasquez. My name is Susan Mister. I am a resident of Gilroy, and I am president of South Valley Fleurs Garden Club. We do have gardens. We maintain the fire safe garden actually at the Union Station, and we have gardens and members. Half our membership of 57 is from Hollister. 2 years ago, before Roland Velasco left office, he dedicated the Blue Star Memorial plaque you'll see, which is a tribute to all armed forces in front of our VFW on 6th Street. We did it with a garden as well. I'd like you, if I can just step forward.
Pass it.
Waste my time walking. So it's, as I said, we did it with a red, white, and blue garden. It's wonderful now. I actually sent it we dedicated it on Veterans Day before Roland left his mayoral position that following January. It's so appreciated being in front of the VFW. They know the Blue Star plaque. They're familiar with it. This is a byway marker. It's a prestigious marker. It's actually on highways and freeways throughout the country. It is endorsed by National Garden Clubs, of which our club is a member. And I think just your sesquicentennial, you know what, you should put it up just for my being able to say that. But your sesquicentennial event, your 150th, which we had in Gilroy last year, I'm sure you have an ad hoc committee that is doing that. But again, any of the funding has to come from you. So I'm hoping that that committee does agree that this would be a great dedication, a great time to bring honor to those that serve our country. So I'm hoping that you can encourage the Downtown Association or that ad hoc committee to have something on August 6th. I see you're having a long event schedule. So August 6th, I believe, will work for having what we need to actually set it up and dedicate it. And hopefully, we'll have members and we'll have dignitaries from National Garden Clubs as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is John Roble.
City Council. My name's John Roble. I'm back again. You guys should all have a little packet that looks like this sitting on your tables. We visited this 3 weeks ago. at which point I mentioned that there was a time constraint in order to order this plaque that is, the words are on the first page. What it might look like is on the second page. The archway that I'd like to see it put on the end of is on the third page. There's a couple of examples of how it might look, depending on how they finish the abutments on the archway on the third and fourth page. The last page includes the required city council piece that has the city council members that would be the folks that actually put that up based on city ordinance. The last packet I did 3 weeks ago included a little bit of verbiage about that. I didn't put that in there this time. I would hope that you guys can decide to have a vote this evening to put this on the agenda for next time, and hopefully the next time is going to be the 21st. The problem with that is that I need 6 weeks to get this plaque made, and we want to try to dedicate it on the 6th of August. And it's already going to cost us extra money for extra rapid design work on the verbiage at the foundry, in addition to the extra money it's going to cost us to expedite the shipping to get it here in 6 weeks. So let's hope we can get it on the agenda next time. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
The next speaker is Mia Casey.
What happened? Oh, we can't vote right now. Yeah.
Good evening, council. My name is Mia Casey. I am a resident of Hollister. I reviewed the May 16th meeting, and I was kind of surprised to hear some comments made regarding the council's recent violation of the Brown Act, including the reference that no violation had taken place. The district attorney's office investigated this matter and did find a violation had occurred. They wrote this entire council an advisory letter reiterating the laws so that, quote, future Brown Act violations may be avoided, end quote. In later discussion, there was also a comment made about not allowing people to campaign at public comment. Again, comments in public forum are protected speech, and the Brown Act allows the public to address the council on any item of interest to the public. Announcing candidacy is certainly an item of interest to the public, and while you may not like it, you really don't have the right to suppress that speech. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Elia Salinas.
Good evening, Mayor Velasquez and council members. On your special meeting on Saturday, this past Saturday, June the 4th, the San Benito County Chamber and Foundation gave you guys an update. And I was very disappointed upon reviewing the video, because I was not able to attend, that Councilman Resendez actually took the subject off the matter and went on and personally made attacks on the people who represent and are part of the board. They were making an update. They were not here for anything personal, and what they do out there on their personal time is their business. And it's there's a decorum that needs to be met by the entire council. And that is the mayor's job, is to make sure that decorum is kept. It is up to the entire council when someone gets off the subject and start attacking somebody personal that has nothing to do with what subject is going on. You must, as council members, please remind the individual that's making those statements and call to order. It is uncalled for to continue to do the personal badging on an individual who is here to do their job, and whatever they choose to do on their own time has nothing to do here. So it's really frustrating for me when I review the video and not one single council member called and said, look, that's inappropriate. And that is the mayor's job. The mayor's job is the first thing to do is to make sure everybody here behaves in good decorum and respects the people that are here. And that's not what's happening. It's unfortunate. It's been going on for a long time, and it continues. Second item I'd like to talk about is, I've mentioned it before, and I would like to be brought up in a future agenda. I don't know what the status is on whether you're going to bring it to a future meeting. Mayor Ignacio Velasquez is out there gathering signatures on a petition to be brought forth for the November election, intentionally gathering signatures with misinformation. But the information and the gathering, he is doing this as the mayor representing the entire city. That means he's representing each one of you council members and your jurisdictions. If you condone this, then by all means, make a statement as a whole council that you agree with this petition. Otherwise, please have a meeting and have some kind of a legal opinion whether he can continue to do this as the mayor trying to gather signatures for a subject that's happening in the county. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And that, might add, is incorrect information. Thank you.
The next speaker is Maria Spandry.
Hi, my name is Mary Spandry. I'm the manager for Veterans Memorial Building and the VFW soon-to-be commander next on Thursday, which I'm excited about. Thank you for listening to me. So I just wanted to give you a little background about what the Blue Star is. The Blue Star originally happened in the World War II-ish era. And what it is for any military family that has a member go off to war, they get a Blue Star flag that hangs in their window. If sometimes you see 2 or 3, that means they have 2 military, 2 people. When you get a gold star, unfortunately, your son or daughter has passed. And so this is not just for the veterans, this is for the families. At Veterans Memorial Building, we have all of these memorials for veterans, but we don't really take the time to thank our families, and they're dedicated just as, they sacrifice just as much as the veteran, because they really do have to put up with us after in all of our deals afterwards. So with this dedication, we would love to have it as a national thing, because we don't have a Blue Star family group here in town. I really want to start one, but nobody knows about it. And so nobody understands the significance of it. It's a support group. It's for all of the banners that we have downtown. Those are Blue Star families. And so we don't have anything like that. Dedicating this would show people in our city that we are here for you. This is what this is for. It's to say thank you. But this would highlight that. This would help us get the word out to start forming this group because the Blue Star, it's national. And so we appreciate, I just wanted to say, Sally has done such a great job. If you ever need anything done, Sally will get the job done. She's amazing. And the whole Garden Grub Club, they've been very passionate about wanting to say thank you to us and been very helpful. So, but I just wanted you to know that we really would love it to have it dedicated. I know the schedule is very busy. I'm on the committee for that. And I know it's a very packed, but it would just be a quick dedication of it. It would be at no cost to you, because I'm all for bartering and I've got it taken care of. So that it's not going to cost you anything, because the pedestal that it's going on, I've already got it taken care of. The landscaping, I've got it taken care of. So it would cost nothing to you. It would just be your approval to have it on that day. So thank you.
Thank you.
We have no more speaker cards and no speakers on Zoom.
Thank you. We'll now move to item D, City Manager's Report.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. So I will work with the Blue Star plaque in the Garden Club to see what we need to do, and work with the 150 group also. So I'll work with them. And then the 150 plaque, I'll ask during G2 if anybody wants to put that on there.
Thank you, sir. We'll move to item D2, the training and conferences.
Chief Reynoso has something.
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, since the last meeting, we did have the opportunity to attend the the team building exercises that we requested a grant and we received that funding for. And we were able to go, the command staff and the sergeants for the Hollister Police Department. It was very good training. The good news was that our facilitator said we're not as bad as so many other places, unfortunately, which was a really good thing. But there's always room for improvement. And it was a really good training. And we're looking forward to getting the information that we received and the training we received to put that into place to make our department even more efficient and better than it is currently right now. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any other items?
That's it.
Thank you. Now we'll move to item B1.
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, item E1 is ordinance number 12-1211, an ordinance of the City of Hollister amending the parking time restrictions on north and the south side of Fifth Street between West Street and Monterey Street, and revoking resolution number 2000-116, neighborhood residential permit parking. This amendment of the section 10.24.040 of the municipal code will be removing time restrictions on Fifth Street between West and Monterey Street and revoke the outdated resolution number 2000-116 residential permit parking. The staff recommends hold public hearing, read by title only, waive full reading, and introduce an ordinance of the City of Hollister amending this chapter 10.24.040 parking time restriction, removing time restrictions on Fifth Street between West and Monterey Street, and revoking resolution number 2000-116 residential parking permits. Any questions?
Any questions from council? Do we have any speaker cards? Well, I'll open at this time for public hearing. I will open now for public hearing. We'll come back once we close public hearing. Do we have any speakers?
We have no comments on this item.
This time we'll close public hearing. Go ahead, Ms. Morales.
Chief, is this going to take care of all the concerns that we had from residents? Is this the desire, like, is this the resolution to all the various concerns and the?
I believe so. We had concerns on Fifth Street. This will remove the time parking restrictions there. So they won't have to worry about their vehicles parked in front of their homes. There was complaints from East Street, and there's two parking lots right across the street from that location. So that portion of the time parking will remain in effect. We have done some extra work on the parking lot located between 3rd and 4th Street off of East Street. There was a lot of homeless people there, a lot of encampments, and code enforcement and the police department have been doing a better effort of removing those people from there so that area can appear safer for anyone who wants to park there and avoid the time restrictions on the street.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you. Is there a motion?
So moved.
You got to read by title only.
So make a motion that we read by title only ordinance number 1211. Yeah, 1211. An ordinance of the City of Hollister amending the parking time restrictions on north, south. Or am I reading the wrong one? I was right. On the north and south side of Fifth Street between West Monterey and Monterey Street by revoking resolution number 2000-116 neighborhood residential permit parking.
Thank you. There's a motion. Is there a second? Motion and second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Yes.
Aye. Motion carries 5-0. We'll now move to item F1.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Once again, item F1, ordinance number 12-1208, an ordinance of the City of Hollister adding a new chapter 2.50 to the City of Hollister Municipal Code regarding police acquisition and use of military equipment. This is the second reading. Staff recommends City Council waive full reading, read by title only, and adopt ordinance number 1208, adding chapter 2.50 to the City of Hollister Municipal Code regarding police acquisition and use of military equipment.
Thank you. Is there any questions from council? Do we have any speaker cards?
There are no speakers.
Is there a motion?
Mayor, I'll make the motion, and that motion will be for the city council to waive full reading, read by title only, and adopt ordinance number 1208, adding chapter 2.50 to the City of Hollister Municipal Code regarding police acquisition and use of military equipment.
Thank you, sir. There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion and second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, motion carries. 5-0. We'll move to item F2.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Ordinance number 1209, the ordinance of the City of Hollister amending fireworks ordinance to include liability of property owners and fines. This amendment to section 8.08 under the fireworks section of the Hollister Municipal Code would add additional penalties as well as clarification that property owners can also be cited when individuals cannot be contacted. This is the second reading. Staff recommends read by title only, waive full reading, and adopt ordinance number 1209, amending chapter 8.08 fireworks, adding clarification of property owner liability and fines. And the changes that the council requested were the fine amounts, and they're $1,000 instead of the higher amounts were restricted to just $1,000 for each offense.
Thank you, sir. Is there any questions from council? Do we have any from the public?
There are no speakers.
Did you have a question, sir? Is there a motion?
Mayor, I'd be pleased to make a motion to read by title only, waive full reading, and adopt ordinance number 1209, amending chapter 8.08 fireworks, adding clarification of the property owner liability and fines.
Thank you, sir.
So I know you can't see me, but I had a question before we take a motion.
Go ahead.
Chief, can you talk about what does each offense mean? So let's say somebody let buy fireworks. Is that each individual firework an offense?
I believe, to be fair, it should be per incident. If an officer observes 5 fireworks being by the same individuals, it would be an incident as a whole. If we have to go back, it would be additional citations for that. And I would say that if we were to observe that, we would also make contact and seize any fireworks that are visible to us. And if we have to go back and they're launching or using illegal fireworks, that would be an additional incident. An additional fine could be addressed at that time. If we were to count each one, it could get really confusing.
No,
if we did that.
that's why I ask. I mean,
Mhm.
and then do you have or due process and a way for people to dispute if they believe that it's okay?
Yes, it would be through the city ordinances, all the violations. It would be a public, they have a right for a hearing, and they have to respond within 30 days for that, exercise their right for that.
Thank you.
I'll second.
There's a motion, the second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Yes.
Aye. Against? Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you.
We'll now go to item F3.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. This next item is declaring the intention to levy and collect the special tax for the landscape and lighting district 93-1 for fiscal year 2022-2023, and also giving notice of the time and place for a public hearing for June 21st, 2022.
Is there any questions, council? Do we have any speaker cards?
There are no speakers.
Is there a motion?
So moved.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion and second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Yes.
Against? Motion carries 5-0. Move to item F4.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. This item looks like it's familiar. somewhat it is. Council did adopt allowing integrated waste to manage the Senate Bill 1383. But however, Cal Recycle requires each entity to have a resolution on file with Cal Recycling. So we were just asking you to readopt the resolution stating that the city would have the exemption.
Thank you. Any questions from council? Do we have any speaker cards?
There are no speakers.
Is there a motion?
So moved.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion and second. All in favor?
Aye.
Yes.
Aye.
Aye. Against? Motion carries 5-0. We'll now move to item F5.
Thank you again. So in looking at grants and getting grant writers, we have looked at what the county has done. The county has hired California Consulting, and we feel that it would be best for us to piggyback with the county to help us with any grant writing, so that if there are any shared services that this grant writer can actually find the best way to maximize our dollars. And we feel that so that we don't miss any current grants, that we start as soon as possible with somebody helping us with that grant writing.
Thank you. Is there any questions from council?
I do.
Go ahead.
This does not, because part of the assistant city attorney was for them to actually be a grant writer and the public information. So that doesn't, this is in addition to or until we have our city
Correct.
assistant city manager.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, we felt it was very reasonable that their monthly retainer is $4,500, and they do everything. They find the grants for us, they write the grants for us, and then help us with the monitoring. So we thought it was a very good supplement for the city.
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Miller, I'd like to track this, though. I mean, it sounds really good. But it's also needs to be results driven. And so at $4,500 for a month, I'm in. For, 9,000 for 2, 13,500 for 3, but I want to see some results as well.
Okay.
And I'd hope that you would bring those before the council on a monthly basis to make sure that we're getting value for our investment, please.
We would definitely do that.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Do we have any speaker cards?
There are no speakers.
Is there a motion?
So moved.
There's a motion.
Second.
Motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Motion carries 5-0. We'll now move to item F6.
Good evening, council, mayor. Before you, staff is seeking approval to accept a grant in the amount of $700,995.52 from the California State Water Resources Control Board's California Water and Wastewater Arrearage Payment Program for the purpose of providing relief to identified water customers that were unable to make sufficient payments due to COVID for their water bill.
Thank you. Any questions from council?
I have a question. So as far as giving credits for, so is this just for residents or is this businesses also?
These are for businesses and residents.
Okay, so are we going to keep data on this? Because I'd like to see where we're giving credits out to our water customers. And actually, I'd like to see the report of the last year where we've been giving credits out for, or I don't know if I should bring that up now.
Well, like I said, we haven't been giving any credits. We just weren't able to shut off individuals' waters, their water account. So that's what this grant will do, is assist in paying back those customers that are very delinquent.
So we haven't credited no one's accounts or nothing?
Correct.
Okay,
Okay.
that's it.
Any other questions? Do we have any speaker cards?
There are no speakers.
Thank you. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Yes.
Aye. Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you.
We'll now move to item F7.
We're moving along.
Good evening, Henry Gonzalez, Public Works. Resolution number 2022-112, a resolution, the City Council of the City of Hollister authorizing staff to solicit RFPs for the removal of 3,000 dry tons of domestic sludge from the suspended solid basins located at the City of Hollister Domestic Wastewater Treatment Plant. This request will allow the City of Hollister staff to obtain RFPs to remove the 3,000 dry tons of sludge from the suspended solids basins at the domestic plant. This will create a deeper water cap to assist in the reduction of odors. To add to this, we are actually currently processing current sludge on our belt press right now. I'm looking to solicit equipment, a second belt press and secondary equipment to run both belt presses. This one comes from the pond that is currently coming in. The other one is one that's suspended solids. It's been there for a long time. So once we get both of them in place, we'll be able to make even more, clearance for both of those beds.
Thank you, sir. Any questions from council? Councilmember Burns?
Thank you, Mayor. Actually, probably for the city manager or a new city attorney, if we had an opportunity to review the existing contract, I'm not convinced that some of this work might not have or should not have been done by the current contractor that's providing these resources.
Well, I'll answer for our office. We haven't reviewed the existing agreement.
Yeah, and it wasn't reviewed by the previous city attorney either.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to recommend that this matter be pulled pending review by the city attorney. Thank you.
Councilmember, I'm sorry, Vice Mayor Perez.
So I was reading a little bit on that, and it's like, what's the contract that was in place? There was a 5,000 pound sludge that they were supposed to remove, and so this is an extra sludge that amount that is above and beyond that. Is that correct?
When was the date of the 5,000 to be removed? I believe that's an older contract.
Oh, is it?
I believe so.
Don't know. It's when we got sent to us. I read. So, we'll just wait. And I'd like to see the contract to ourselves, to the council, so we can review it also.
Did you have a question? Go ahead.
Henry?
Yes.
Yes, okay. Can you talk about the impacts of either no action or delayed action? Because that would be important for me to understand.
So with no action, both ponds will continue to get full, and we'll have no capacity for future or current sludge to be processed in there. Again, the water cap will be dissipated because of the solids taking place of where the water should be. Then we have odor complaints. Sludge gets compacted within that basin, harder for it to be removed. We'd have to require even more pumping, more equipment, mechanical to remove that sludge.
So for either city manager or attorney, if we were to move forward on these items, could we pull them at the next, or would we, if there were issues with the contract that maybe the contractor did not fulfill obligations, would we could still take action on the contractor, including recovering some of the costs associated with us having to pay money to clean this up? And if we move forward, are there other consequences that, we're looking out for the city's best interest? If you can talk a little bit about that.
Right. So I haven't reviewed the prior agreement, so I couldn't answer you that for certain because our office didn't prepare that. So if you enter into this agreement, I don't know if I could hold the underlying contract holder responsible. It's going to depend on the terms of the contract.
So this is just for a request for proposal. Wouldn't we be able to, this is not a contract, so could we stop it if we find something out that?
You could, you could either approve it or you could stop it. But I think Councilmember Morales's questions were relating more to timing. I just would need time to review the underlying agreement to address Councilmember Burns' concerns and then be able to answer your question.
Yeah, so that, I guess that's what I was going to, we could start or request for proposal process and then bring back the current contract.
And I do agree with that.
So that we're not holding things up.
If it's just the request for proposals, it does not bind the city to actually accept one of those proposals.
And it means that we'd still hold the other contract responsible for any of the duties if they neglected or are contributing additional costs, we can still pursue that.
Depending on the terms of that contract.
Correct.
Mr. Perez, go ahead.
So how long before we start smelling it?
It depends on the heat, it depends on really dissipation of the water cap and the heat.
So we're over capacity on our sludge already, correct?
Yes,
Because I mean, you drive by, you can see the pile.
correct.
Yeah. The,
And that's a water cap that I was talking about. You should not see sludge
Yeah.
above the water cap.
exactly, correct. The, okay.
Maybe you can, yeah, I'm hearing conversation about the contract, but you can explain that we have to do this every 5 years, or I forgot what the last. when the last
Yeah,
one
it
was.
seems to be,
It's
it's the duration seems to be 5 years.
about 5 years.
But if we move ahead and get the
The
secondary
belts.
equipment, this would not be an issue.
Right. But I think what I'm hearing from the council members, understanding of how this works. So the sludge has to be removed every so often, hauled away. So it's not something that's unique. It's a matter of how often you have it done. And we had the industrial ponds done 2 or 3 years.
3 years ago.
3 years ago, they removed, ended up being, was it about 300?
Yep.
3,000, right? So, yeah, and I remember I had that conversation
Yep.
because of the cannery. So it's not, I would say, I don't want to be defensive because I've had my own issues, but it's something that we have to agree to pay for. And usually the process is they find the company and then we get the bill for the removal. But this time we're going to put out the bid on our own here, what I'm hearing.
Yeah, we're reaching out for proposals, yes.
Right.
And
So-
and I'm hoping that this will be the last time we do this because again, I want to move forward and get the secondary equipment so we can process the current sludge and the sludge that's in the SSB.
Right. And many years ago, God, it's 8 years probably, we talked about floating islands using bugs. And at the time, staff was completely against it. And some of the other people involved were against it. But now it's almost a standard now, using the bugs to start helping eat away at sludge. So we can bring that back and have that conversation again. I think it's very important. So it's a very cost efficient way of removing sludge, also very helpful.
I would agree, but I would also say at this point, there's so much sludge in there.
No, this is.
That would be
future.
that'd be like a PM type
This
thing,
is
right?
Part with your other plan
Yes.
of using the belt
Yes,
and the bugs,
correct.
and we could have more effort.
More efficiency in
Instead
the
of just
system.
waiting until it builds up to this point every 5 years and then pulling it out and doing the same routine. This would be more helpful.
Correct. And then in the future, we'll be looking at where we can place the sludge once it gets processed. I'm not sure how much longer John Smith Landfill is going to be receiving that. We can reach out to ZBAS or something like that to see if there's something that they would be willing to take.
After it's dried.
Yes, and process.
After it's dried. And I think the landfills were in the valley that they were exporting to, if I recall.
Right now, we're doing it just to John Smith Landfill.
Yeah, John Smith. Okay.
And I would recommend council to go take a look at the process. When they got that belt press working, I mean, literally, I'm looking at it in a liquid form, and in 2 minutes, it looks like fertilizer. You can pick it up and it's dry.
Amazing process.
Yes.
Mhm. Okay. Any other questions? Sir, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. I feel more comfortable hearing more about this. In regards to the belt press, is it already budgeted? Did I hear you say you want to set up a second belt press?
Yes, but it's not budgeted. I'm going to reach out and get proposals, prices for the equipment.
Okay. And so, again, it sounds like we need it.
Absolutely.
And so hint to the city manager, I think that would be helpful for part of the budget coming forward. But again, I'm not, and this is not the right place or time, I suspect, but whether it's one belt press or multiple, I guess my concern is are we going to do work that we've already paid for from another contractor to do, and are they in breach of their contract or their agreement? And I'll be patient and wait for the city attorney's review to see if we need to go forward in that regard. But hearing what I've now heard, it sounds like there's no risk to ask or put out a RFP. And so thank you for the clarification. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any speaker cards?
There are no speakers.
Nobody wants to speak on this item? Fascinating stuff. Is there a motion?
So moved.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion is second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Item F8.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council. Renee Perales, CIP Manager, Administrative Services. Tonight before you is a resolution which will authorize staff to call for sealed bids for the 2022 citywide slurry seal project, CIP 2204. The city engaged Kimley Horn to prepare plans and specifications for a citywide slurry seal project. This project will provide a type 2 slurry seal treatment to various city streets that meet the criteria for a slurry seal. Slurry sealing is a standard and cost-effective pavement maintenance treatment that extends the life of streets by crack sealing and reducing the infiltration of water into the pavement. The engineer's estimate for this project is $1.3 million. Once bids are received, staff will come back to council to approve a contract and an appropriation. Staff will be recommending that SB1 funding for the 22-23 fiscal year be used for this project. The plans are now complete for bidding purposes. Staff recommends City Council authorize staff to call for sealed bids. Do you have any questions?
Thank you. Any questions? Do we have any speaker cards?
There are no speakers.
Is there a motion?
So moved.
There's a motion. Is there a second? Motion is second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0. We'll now move to item F9.
Okay, and now I have before you a resolution which will authorize staff to call for sealed bids for the 6th Street Lighting Improvement Project, Capital Improvement Project C2203. At a regular meeting in November 2021, the City Council approved a resolution which authorized funding for a streetlight analysis and the design of the plans and specifications for the 6th Street Lighting Improvement Project. The engineer's estimate for this project is $115,000. And once we get those bids, we will come back to approve a contract. The plans are now complete, and we recommend that you authorize us to call for sealed bids.
Is there questions from council? I do have a question. I'm amazed that it's gone to this number for these solar lights. I know they're not very expensive to buy. Installing street lights. Pretty much can get this project done in a day with the drilling and the pouring. Give it 2 days or 3 days if you want to, but I don't see $115,000. I'm just kind of shocked by seeing this number that a few of these solar streetlights could end up costing that much money. And I think there's something, it's just not making sense here. Do we have any speaker cards?
There are no speakers.
Okay, is there a motion?
So
there's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion is second. All in favor?
Aye.
Yes.
Yes.
I'm gonna go no on this.
Can I say something? Is there a way that we could, I mean,
Yeah, I just,
Remember, this is a request for proposal, so
Yeah.
this is not the approval of the contract.
seems crazy. We'll move now to F10.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. This item is requesting an urgency ordinance number 1212. The City Council has already established its own campaign contribution limits that are more strict than the FPPC's limits. That was adopted on June 21st, 2021 by resolution number 2021-129. But since then, council has desired to restate the requirements for campaign contribution limits and include enhancements to make the regulations more effective. So this is an urgency ordinance. So if it's adopted tonight, it would go into effect immediately. However, it does require a 4/5 vote for it to pass. So I'm here to answer any questions that I can, and also Mary can help answer any questions.
Okay, Councilmember Burns, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Why the sense of urgency?
The reason is because urgency ordinance can go into effect immediately, but it's only in effect for 30 days. Then if this is an urgency ordinance that starts now, then it will actually affect the election that's coming up in November. If we don't do an urgency ordinance, then by the time we do a first reading and a second reading in August, and then it doesn't go into effect 30 days after that, it basically wouldn't have an effect on this year's November election. That's my understanding.
So if we did if we did not do an emergency ordinance and we did a first reading in 2 weeks.
Yeah.
I recognize then the city council is not meeting the month of July.
Yeah.
However, if we wanted, we could do a special meeting, even though it's the month of July, could we not?
So can I jump in here on
Yes,
that?
please.
So second readings, you can't adopt an ordinance through a second reading at a special meeting. Only the introduction of the ordinance can be at a special meeting. The second reading has to be at a regular meeting.
Thanks for the clarification. I appreciate it, council. Thank you.
Councilmember Sendez.
Can you just state what those enhancements were? What was it exactly?
I remember that the resolution, I think, didn't have any fines or any way to really enforce it. So the resolution, this ordinance would include a way for the city to actually enforce the limitations. And I believe it has a plan for how people could make a request for an appeal or getting a third-party attorney to investigate, so that it's not our own city attorney or our own city clerk investigating city councils or campaign finance possible violations.
Go ahead, sir.
So in your opinion, do you think it's more restrictive, least restrictive? And would you suggest that, that we should move forward after you review this?
So are you asking, is it more restrictive as far as the monetary amounts and the process, just the review process? Which part are you asking is more restrictive?
For candidates to be transparent, I would say.
So I think it requires a higher degree of transparency as far as disclosures and monetary limits. The monetary limits absent this are going to be $4,900 per person, small contributor, and per political party. This ordinance is anything over $1 with a $250 max per person, not including the candidate themselves. It's actually against the Constitution to have limits on the candidates giving their own monetary amounts.
And how does this affect the $4,900 limit?
It changes it to $1 for the minimum threshold for reporting, and then $250 per person, per contributor.
Got it.
Can I add something?
Yeah, I think there's some confusion.
It also means that if we make our own limits or regulations, the FPPC won't enforce our rules. We have to find our own way and, enforce our own rules. So that's something else to consider.
Councilmember Morales.
So there was a lot of confusion and I guess a lot of consequences as a result. I think I provided some documentation to you today. This doesn't speak to which I think a lot of the city was confused about PACs or IEs. And so there's a perception that that has to do with the candidate's own political committee, and it doesn't. So as it stands, there isn't clarifying language that distinguishes that. We did have an attorney come and educate this council about those things in addition to a lot of the communication. There was also a lot of confusion putting every candidate in the state of California under particular candidates committee, which is, there was also issues with Public Information Act requests. So there's a lot of issues associated with that. I would strongly recommend that we do not do this as urgent. There's a lot of other issues attached. It has a huge negative impact in terms of anybody thinking about running for office. There's also, anyways, there are a lot of consequences as a result of that. If we want to do it again, we should really consider every aspect of which this touches. And there needs to be more education or better clarification so that we don't have a repetition of of elections, all the issues we had. It does put the city out of liability. In addition to, if people do want to consider and take it to another level, they do have costs. So I would just strongly caution the council to be considerate of everything and the totality of this impact more than just trying to get something pushed through. And I'd like to have our city attorney review those documents so that she can advise council appropriately.
Thank you. First, I'd like to say what we did was for the sake of transparency. It worked well. Of course, PACs can get around the rules. We see that across the country. That's something we understood going into this. This just puts more teeth into the ordinance we already passed. So we already have the ordinance, and this is to give it more clarity to the rules, as I'm understanding this. And as far as the FPPC part of it, if you have anything under their threshold, that's what they don't investigate. At the $4,900 and above, they do investigate. They don't stop investigating violations of their rules, only additional rules. So this is the whole point of this was to give transparency to the community, to make sure people know what's going on. They're not hiding behind different dollars, and as was being done was a standard routine in every election here. This just makes it clear. If you're going to get a donation, you're going to report it, whether it's $1, $99 or anything more. You're going to report it, and this helps keep some of that old way of campaigning here out of and more transparent. So that's what I'm curious about as far as the existing ordinance to this. This is, again, adjusting some of those rules to make sure they're more clear compared to our standing ordinance. Correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, sir.
City Attorney, I'm getting a sense here. Remind me, this requires a 4/5 vote because it's an emergency ordinance?
That's correct. All urgency ordinances require a 4/5 vote to pass.
Okay, so I'm getting a feel, and I could be wrong. I often bet on the wrong teams, but if this goes 3-2, then in essence, does it die for a supermajority?
So the urgency ordinance does. The regular ordinance is scheduled to come back to council at the next regularly scheduled meeting.
Okay, so and we already have rules in place. This just adds greater clarity to what's already in place. Is that correct?
That's correct, and more transparency.
Right. Thank you. I appreciate that.
You're welcome.
Thank you. I'm all about the transparency on this, and I think all elections should be as transparent as possible. It's unfortunate what happens out there every election season, but hopefully we can move through it.
I got a comment.
Go ahead, sir.
I was thinking back, and I didn't do an extensive study, but I don't know when the last person was that was convicted of, 20 years ago. I don't know when the last person was that was convicted of, 20 years ago. I don't know when the last person was that was convicted of, 20 years ago. I don't know when the last person was that was convicted of, 20 years ago. I don't know when the last person was that was convicted of, 20 years ago. I don't know when the last person was that was convicted of, 20 years ago. I don't know when the last person was that was convicted of, 20 years ago. I don't know when the last person was that was convicted of, 20 years ago. I don't know when the last person was that was convicted of, 20 years ago. I don't know when the last person was that was convicted of, 20 years ago. I don't know when the last person was that was convicted of, 20 years ago. I don't know when the last person was that was convicted of, 20 years ago. I don't know when the last person was that was convicted of, 20 years ago. I don't know when the last person was that was convicted of, 20 years ago. I don't know when the last person was that was convicted of, 20 years ago. I don't know when the campaign fraud or taking bribes. I just don't remember that. I mean, maybe I just need to do some more research, but you know what? My constituents, they voted for me by 66%. That means they trust me. And if they trust me, I should, and elect me to come up here and make these decisions, I'm going to come up here and make these decisions. And if council wants to make rules that tell my constituents that they can't support me, I think there's something wrong with that. Just because I don't have a lot of money and I can't give myself, loan myself money, there's something wrong there. So if someone has a lot of money and they loan it to themselves, and if they get it back, they get it back. And if they don't, then they can give it back to themselves, or they can pay themselves back, or however that works out. It's just not fair to the people that don't have access to a lot of money. And my biggest thing about that is because, you know what, with all 5 seats up here, isn't it beautiful that, you know what, we can all come from different walks of life to give different input, to take care, to give better input for all of our community, not just for just one demographic. You know what? I like to see that the future of this council, that there's going to be people that, you know what, don't have a lot of money, but still, by us being able to increase our stipends and being able to go out there and advocate and campaign for some funds, that, you know what, you can still run. Just because you don't have money doesn't mean you can't run. But you know what, if we go through things like this, pretty soon it's only going to be the retired and the rich that can run. You know what, I'm not either one yet, getting close to retirement, but that's why I'm not going to go no on this, and I don't see why there's a sense of urgency. So I am not going to go for this.
Thank you, sir. Go ahead, sir.
So just to clarify, there's a sense of urgency so that we can meet the requirements to be more transparent with the voting population on the next election, correct?
That is the statement in the staff report,
Okay,
yes.
I thought that was pretty clear. Thank you.
But okay. Do we have any speaker cards?
Yes, the first speaker is Mia Casey.
Council members, I understand and I agree with the need for campaign reform, for transparency, and for good reporting. It's important to prevent large donations to candidates that might conceivably influence them. But I find some of the revisions to this ordinance to contain punitive language that's unnecessary, especially the threats of misdemeanors and invalidation of elections. The Fair Political Practices Commission, which oversees the entire state, doesn't typically do this. They issue warnings and escalating fines. So why these draconian measures being pushed here in Hollister? You know, the urgency to get this out there reminds me of when the flag ordinance was rushed through and ended up having to be rewritten. Ordinances need time and careful consideration. The language about an enforcement agency that the city manager would be charged with creating is vague. And the process is also vague that will be used. How do you determine if there was a willful violation or a mistake? Or will you penalize people if they do make a mistake? In the last election cycle, there were several false accusations circulated about violations of campaign finance. So what process are you going to use to determine the validity of those complaints? And how are you going to keep false complaints from damaging a candidate's chance for election? And what about people who file knowingly false complaints? Are you going to have fines or misdemeanors for them? There's something else that I'd like you to consider, and I think Rick touched on it, that there's unintended consequences of setting such a low contribution limit of $250. You know, it creates this uneven playing field and a socioeconomic divide. You know, wealthy candidates can self-fund or loan themselves money with no limits. And this is also true for incumbents who roll over funds from a previous election. So a candidate who has to rely on donations is now scrambling to collect 5 to 10 times the amount of donations just to try to compete with a wealthy candidate. Don't we want to encourage people from all over Hollister to run for office rather than create a system that gives an advantage to the wealthy or to incumbents? And why not set a fairer contribution limit that could ease this artificially created divide? I just don't feel that this ordinance is ready for prime time, and really it needs more time and consideration and to be brought back. Thank you.
Thank you. Sir.
The next speaker is Elia Salinas.
Good evening. So it is enlightening to listen to your new city attorney actually give you advice. Where was she months ago when you guys were going through this? Unfortunately, she wasn't here. You have been misled by misinformation, by not getting the right legal advice from your city attorney where you are here today. The reason why you have to report $1 is you have the mayor and Councilman Resendez who want to know where you're getting your money so they can attack you out there and tell you you're being supported by special interests or you're being supported by developers. That's the evil thing that they go out there and do. This is what this is all about. This is not about transparency. Not one single one of you out there, except for 2, have hidden anything to your constituents. And when you report your 460s, there's the mayor who's self-funded, over $300,000 self-funded himself for mayor for a stipend of $500 or $400 a month. Who does that? That leads to a lot of questions. I've never accused the mayor of doing anything backhanded, but they're right here ready to tell you that if you get $1 from Joe Smith, who happens to own ABC Company, then you're going to do some backdoor deal. That's what this is about. We already have transparency and we already have the laws. Who decided that this was an urgency? Was it staff, or was staff directed that this is an urgency that has to take place? This is absurd. It should never have gotten to this. And I would ask that you, as an entire council, at least 3 of you, reconsider and take back what was done without having to report $1. Okay? Some candidates can afford to fund their candidacy. Others cannot. If you've got one person that can give you $99 or $100, now you have to go get 99 people or 100 people to give you the same amount. And it gives the advantage to those who have money, and those that have not will not have a voice at the dais, because they will not be eligible to be elected, because they will not have the funds, because running an election, being in a campaign is expensive. You all have done it, and it's a lot of work and it's a lot of money, and please don't do this. Please ask who decided it was an urgency.
Thank you very much. And this is a perfect example of someone spreading misinformation. $300,000, no. And you know,
Point of
that, and
order.
that's- but I will say this in my reports, I'm hoping,
Point of order?
no, Benito Link, I have a
have a point of
I have a right to respond to false allegations. I hope Benito Link is here to hear my report in my comments. Any other questions, comments? Go ahead, sir.
The reason that this ordinance came to be is because historically there has been people, and there have been people that have taken money from developers and special interests. 2 of them that are going to vote against this tonight have taken money from people wanting to build houses here. It's a fact. It's true.
Point of order.
100%.
Sir.
I'd like to have
The
our
other
city
thing
attorney
is
address this, please.
That
This
we
is
have a
inappropriate.
person.
Request for point of order. Hang on. Go ahead now.
Inappropriate unethical.
Thank you. You want to wrap up?
The other thing is that we have people who have taken an unprecedented amount of money from PACs. You want to talk about people with money? $3 million PAC backing your campaign is problematic. You're right. There are problems here. This happens not just on the local level, it happens on the state level, it happens on the federal level. This is where we
Point of
can.
order.
Go ahead, ma'am.
I think it's inappropriate for you to lie. Again, get yourself educated first and then speak. But I'm not going to sit here and listen to you lie to people and just make up stories. It's inappropriate. Stop.
This is the whole point.
Let's talk about facts. There are people that want to develop their land by Gavilan College
Let's stay to the item.
that have given people in this community running for office money.
Just stay to the item. Ma'am, ma'am, I'm taking charge. Thank you very much. I would appreciate it if you would not burst out in your speeches all the time. So thank you. I'm doing my job.
And here is where we can do something about it on a local level. In fact, we have done something about it on a local level. And we just want to include and make the process even more fair and more transparent. The public has a right to know, whether you want them to know or not. They will find out. It will come to light. Everything done in the dark comes to light. And I am a teacher who does not have connections to money. I'm an everyday hardworking citizen. I 100% support this because I think it levels the playing field to allow people like me to run for office and represent the constituents that I work so hard to represent. I 100% support this, and anything moving forward that's going to be more transparency, more fair, more honest for our constituency. Thank you.
City Attorney, can you please talk about, does this resolution address IEs or super PACs? Because that's what's been insinuated. Can you please clarify that?
So I don't think it does, but every council member does have the ability to comment on it if it relates to the agenda item, and the mayor is the runner of the meeting, and council has the ability through its own rules to hold each other accountable. So I'm not going to hold council accountable for their speech from this position right here. I'll provide a risk analysis. I will provide options for council, but council has their own set of rules that they should follow.
I asked for clarification whether there's, so the comment was that an entire state organization and what they do over a period of many years supported a candidate, did not even address the amount of money, but said that this ordinance would then restrict their ability to support a candidate, is what I heard.
Yeah,
And so they're making that.
Yeah, I don't know if it would restrict the ability. This ordinance restricts monetary amounts.
Correct. So that's misinformation. And I think that's where I'd like that to be clarified, because this is how we, again, go back to providing misinformation, spreading lies, and not addressing what is actually in front of us.
So let me just respond real quick. Ma'am, I said in my statement, this does not stop PACs from doing what they do. Unfortunately, this is across the country. PACs are going to choose who they want, and they're going to pour money in, as we've seen in the past. So this is about local contributions, contribution limits, making sure everything is transparent as possible rather than.
And that's when you should have.
Ma'am, no, ma'am, please, ma'am, you do not have the right to just shout out every time you come to a meeting and spread misinformation. You don't have that right. Thank you very much. Thank you. Mr. Burns, go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mayor. So for the city clerk, can you confirm that the attorneys that actually gave us legal direction in this was an attorney from Best and Krieger?
Yes, it was the same attorney that we had a special meeting. I think it was last year, maybe it was August, where we just answered questions from council, or it might have been December. I'm not sure, but it was the same. Yeah, it was December. It was that same attorney took direction from council to write this ordinance. And also, I just want to mention, we also have still one more public commenter on Zoom.
Okay.
Thank you.
I just wanted to get clarification on that because there were some innuendos about bad legal counsel or direction, when in fact, Best and Krieger is a specialty firm that we've relied on for a lot of good advice. And so last time I checked, there's only maybe one or two attorneys in the audience right now, and I'm not one of them. And so I'm going to trust in the council's direction based on their expertise. And so it's clear to me this is not going to get the supermajority necessary, but I do look forward to it coming back. And I'm actually okay with that because, yeah, we're going to miss this election cycle, but I think there's value to make sure that it is well vetted, and I can live with that. My preference would be for it to move forward, and I'm going to vote in favor of it, but it's clear it's not going to happen tonight. But I'm also okay with the fact that we'll bring it back. And I do think when we bring it back, Mr. Miller or City Clerk, that it would be very helpful to have the attorney that gave us the direction and the guidance, who has the law degree and years of experience, to present that to us, so that there's, I sat on that subcommittee, so I'm comfortable with it, but I have knowledge based on attending those ad hoc meetings that clearly other council members may not have, and certainly members of the community don't. And I understand their angst over it as well. So thank you, Mayor, for my opportunity to comment.
And Council Attorney Jim Priest will be here at the next meeting. He's already planning on it.
Thank you.
Thank you. You said we have another speaker.
Yes, we have a speaker on Zoom, Jonathan Casey. We will unmute you. Go ahead.
Hi, this is John Casey. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, I just agree with several comments. I appreciate Rick Prez's comments and Dolores Morales's comments. I think it's important that you read through this. I think that you're going to find that there are things in here that if you were running for office and people wanted to easily smear you, they could. And even if someone makes a mistake, and let's say they're found guilty in a court of law, you could be removed from office. You need to think about that. There are simple things that you can do, and there's already a lot of rules out there. I've been accused of things through the FPPC and found to be not guilty, but it creates a smear. And I think you need to look at that and the rules that are already in place, and whether or not more draconian rules are really needed on top of what's already out there. I'd appreciate, a read through and a much further understanding of what it is you're trying to do here before any sort of action is taken on this issue. Thank you.
Thank you.
No more speakers.
Thank you. This time, is there a motion on this item?
I will move to adopt ordinance number 1212, an urgency ordinance of the city of Hollister, adding chapter 206 to repealing chapter 2.18 of the Hollister Municipal Code relating to the local election campaign contribution limits and regulations. And I would ask that we do roll call vote, please.
Thank you. There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion is second. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Morales,
No.
Councilmember Burns,
Yes.
Councilmember Resendez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Perez,
No.
Mayor Velasquez.
Yes.
So the motion did not pass. It was a 3-2 vote.
3-2 vote does not pass. Thank you. We're now going to move to item F11.
Yeah, that's also me. I'm actually, I think, the next 5 items.
Okay.
All right, so this resolution number 2022-115 is just the standard resolution that we adopt every even year for to hold a general municipal election on Tuesday, November 8th, 2022. This will be to elect a citywide mayor for a full 2-year term, a city treasurer for a full 4-year term, a council member representing District 2 for a full 4-year term, and a council member representing District 3 for a 4-year term. The filing period will open on July 18th, 2022 and end on August 12th, 2022. Unless an incumbent doesn't file, then the filing period would be extended for that position for 5 days. So does anyone have any questions?
Any questions from council? Do we have any speaker cards?
There are no speakers.
Is there a motion?
So moved.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion second. All in favor?
Aye.
Yes.
Aye. Against? Motion carries 5-0. We'll now move to item F12.
So this resolution number 2022-116 is a resolution requesting that the city council request from the Board of Supervisors at the county that we consolidate our general municipal election to be held on November 8th, 2022 with the statewide general election to be held on the same date. Is there any questions about
Any
this?
questions from council? Do we have any speaker cards on this item?
No speakers.
Is there a motion?
So moved.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Yes.
Aye. Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you.
Now move to item F13.
Okay, so this item, resolution 2022-117, is staff is seeking direction from council whether to place a ballot measure before the voters at the November 8th municipal election regarding changing the term of office for mayor from 2 years to 4 years. If this is a ballot measure that the council wants to move forward with, it would be a ballot measure added to this year's election, but it wouldn't go into effect until the 2024 election. I'll try and answer any questions that I can about this one.
Thank you. Any questions? Mr. Burns?
Thank you, Mayor. So that is presumptive. My presumption is this is presumptive of the term limit piece as well? Or are we just, so what's real important to me is I will support this as long as council supports term limits of 2 4-year terms. And my understanding and recollection was this was to bring this in alignment with council term limits as well.
I think that's one piece of it. This would, I think, hopefully Mary can confirm this. This would stand alone as a question to the voters apart from term limits, because you can have a mayor with a 2-year term or a 4-year term, but with no term limits. Or you could have a 2 or a 4-year term for mayor and have term limits. I think they can be independent of each other. Is that right?
They are. So regardless, if this motion passes and the term limit fails, this is the motion, this is the ballot language that will be on the ballot. So it's separate from term limits.
Thanks
Yeah.
for the clarification. I appreciate it.
And Councilmember Burns, one of your next agenda items would, the term limits for the mayor, if it was still stays 2 years, it would still be up to 8 years like everybody else.
Thank you. As much as I like the idea of going to a 4-year, I never understood why this happened in the first place. My issue is something deeper, and that is something I've talked about for years here. What we really need is a change in how we run our local government in more of a charter city, to change not just one item, but several items. I think I appreciate this, but the reality is we have a lot of work to do to solve or fix problems that we have here under a general law city instead of a charter city, because we have to. No, ma'am, again, please. Hang on, I'm talking about this. Just, ma'am, you don't run this meeting. I don't know how many times we got to tell you this, ma'am. Please. There's so many things that have to be fixed to change the way not only we elect people or term limits or structure of how we can run a more efficient city. That I think, for me, that's the focus I wanted to see happen before we we moved on to some of these other items. So for that reason, I can't support something like this at this point. Any other questions, comments? Do we have any speaker cards?
We have no speakers on this.
F13. Okay, is there a motion on this item? Hearing no motion, this item dies for lack of a motion. We will now move to item F14.
All right. So this is Resolution 2022-118. This is seeking council's direction on whether to place a ballot measure before the voters at the November 8th election, which would change or add a section to our municipal code to establish term limits on the mayor and council member service. This would, if council desires, this ballot measure would go on this year's election. But I believe it wouldn't take effect until the following election, 2024. If you have any questions, I'll do my best to answer them.
Any questions from council? I think probably I'm going to repeat the same thing. I think we need to do this through a charter city, but I want to make sure this is partly, well, let's just say, so people are clear. This would be, if it passed, would then go to effect the following election, and then those time limits would start from that point.
Yeah.
Not retroactive. Just want to make sure everybody's clear about that. Do we have any speaker cards?
There are no speakers on this one.
Is there a motion on this item?
So moved.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Yes.
Against?
No.
No. Motion carries 3-2. We'll now move to item F15.
All right, so this is resolution 2022-119. This is another ballot measure that staff is seeking council direction on whether they want to put this to the voters at the November 8th election. And it's would be 2 advisory measures seeking voter opinion regarding the reestablishment of the City of Hollister motorcycle rally at there'll be 2 questions, I think. I have to look up the staff report. The ballot measure would have a first question, which is advisory only. Should the City of Hollister reestablish the Hollister motorcycle rally to be conducted annually over the 4th of July weekend? And then the second question would be, should they establish the motorcycle rally to be conducted annually over a week before or after the July 4th weekend? So staff is seeking council direction if they want to move forward with this ballot measure as it's presented in this resolution, or if you want to postpone this to the next meeting, which is June 21st, when we have BBK, who actually wrote this, answer any questions, we can do that as well.
Any questions from council members?
Yeah, so if we still can't provide enough security, do we have a clause to get out?
Since it's advisory, it's just asking for the voter, do we
Okay.
have support
that's
for
right, I'm
this?
sorry.
But I think we're not bound to hold the
Okay,
rally
that's right.
regardless of not having enough public.
My bad.
safety.
That's correct.
Don't get old.
I have, if nobody else has any comments, I have mixed feelings on this one. I think it's our responsibility to make decisions here. And I would say no to this effort, except that there's a piece here that is going to allow the public to talk about holding it for a week-long event to coincide with the Laguna Seca Superbikes event. So for that reason, I can get back to supporting this item. And see what the public feels or how they feel. I'm concerned that we do vote on something, the public does, and then somehow it does not pass later. That does concern me. But because of that additional item of the potential partnerships with Monterey, the Superbike Week, I'm interested in hearing what the public has to say. Mr. Resendez.
And I'm a bit frustrated on how it's not binding. I understand the situation that we're in. But still, I think that, what's the point of doing this if it's just going to be advisory? I think there's benefits, there's pros and cons. So moving forward, yes, I'd like to see it on the ballot, but I'm just going to put it out there that it's a bit frustrating that it's an advisory vote. And I think we have to be very clear and let the public know that too, because that might get a little bit confusing. It's going to get a little bit confusing, I should say. Thanks.
Thank you. Any speaker cards?
Yes, we do have a speaker, Elias Salinas.
Thank you. This has been a discussion many times, many years past. And if you want advisory, then I strongly suggest that the entire council look to the advice of the chief of police. He's the expert and he can find out whether you're going to have security or not. You're going to send this to the voters and they're going to, one way or the other, you got to put that information out. It's the liability of the city that is the most important thing. This should be a decision by the entire council based on the advice of whether or not you have security. I mean, you came forward and Chief Reynoso stated he couldn't find security and then he was asked to go back again and ask again and he came back with the same answer. We don't know what the future holds. Maybe there will be enough security, but then the council can make the decision at that time. But to take it to the voters who honestly, on something like this, they will not understand that when the city says we can't have it for whatever reason or the other, but the most important thing, if you can't have it based on security, there's going to be an issue. They're going to be angry and they're going to be blaming on you. And they already are anyway without having to go to the ballot. So why go through the trouble and why go through the expense? We went through a pandemic. You wouldn't have had the rally based on the pandemic. So that's why we didn't have the rally. So it is your decision. You were elected by your constituents to make decisions, whether they're in favor of it or whether not in favor of it. But that's what it takes as a whole of all five of you to make the decisions, what you believe to be the best interest in the entire city. And doing this measure would be a waste of time and misinformation, and it would be confusing to your constituents. I feel they should just not even move forward and listen to your police chief and listen to the fire chief. That's the advisor you should be listening to. Those are the experts that you should be listening to. Thank you.
Do we have any other speakers?
There are no more speakers.
Thank you. Is there a motion?
So moved.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Yes.
Against?
Voting no.
Motion carries 3-2. Item F16.
Okay, so this resolution 2022-120, the city of Hollister has to update their conflict of interest code to comply with positions and titles that need to submit an annual statement of economic interest to the Fair Political Practices Commission. Our last code of, conflicts of interest code was adopted in 2020. So this is the time 2 years later to update it with positions that may have been removed or added or changed, which all those positions are listed in Exhibit A of the staff report. So if you have any questions, please let me know.
Any questions from council? Do we have any speaker cards?
There are no speakers.
Thank you. Is there a motion?
So moved.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Yes.
Aye.
Motion carries. We will now move to item G1, reports from city council members regarding their committees. Councilmember Burns,
Thank you, Mayor. I have nothing to report.
Councilmember Resendez,
Nothing to report, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Perez,
Yes. Councilman Morales and I met with, which date was that? Last Thursday. With the downtown businesses. It was really, it's neat to see that, actually, this is our second meeting, I believe, third. I gotta count. But it's interesting to see that there's more and more businesses coming out and there's bringing up some issues that we get to deal with. And probably Dolores has a lot more better information on that. So that's it.
Councilmember Morales.
Thank you. We will be holding, as part of our events committee, we will be talking about the bike rally, about various festivals, First Fridays. We have the next meeting, we have a presentation from Hollister Police Department on the 9th at 5:30 at the Community Foundation Building on a lot of issues related to the police department, community relations and safety, particular events that are just happening downtown, various concerns from residents and from business owners. So thank you for that. We also will be meeting the first Tuesday of every month at the Community Foundation at 5:30. We look forward to a facilitated dialogue and addressing various concerns and moving forward with events and activities. I'm happy to report that there's a lot of collaboration from the various partners. I want to specifically thank the Chamber, Hollister Downtown Association, a lot of our partners that are sitting here today for the ongoing support, communication. People are going from business to business, personally inviting folks to our meetings. So we truly appreciate the transparency, the communication, and the problem solving that's happening in support of our businesses.
That it? I do have some reports from COG, Council of Governments. We've been going back and forth with the state. You might have heard the state with the requirements of trying to force more housing in our community. Some people will say it forces or it requires the building of more homes. It does not. I want to make sure everyone's clear on that. It just requires a planning of it. But we went back and forth on this for quite a while. And at the end, we had a vote to move forward with it, but we did vote under protest. And we pointed out, because of the lack of road capacity, mainly state highways, the lack of funding for our local schools, and other infrastructure issues. So we sent that letter in. So I want to be clear about what HCD is about and their numbers. You hear the number being thrown around of 5,000 homes. So I want to make sure everybody understands how it's really broken out and why it's really important for us to understand this. The percentages are broken out this way. And here's a requirement: very low, 1,110 units, that's 22%. Low, 890 units, that's 18%. Moderate, 947, it's 19%. Above moderate, 2,058, which is 41%. The problem in our community is developers don't want to build anything but the big cash cows. They want no part of these others that our community needs. What our group pointed out was, moving forward, we need to implement these percentages in all future developments. So rather than overbuilding, as we found out in single family homes, all new developments should take these percentages and apply it to each development so we can finally start getting affordable housing built for our own residents, rather than just building $900,000 homes for those that are coming in from out of town. We don't mind you coming to town, but we want to make sure we're taking care of our residents first. So I'm going to ask that we do put something on the agenda to address this. We had a lot of good ideas from our own planners on how to do this. The other recommendation was to eliminate the single family home zoning. so that we're making sure we're getting these affordable units built rather than just, again, more single family homes. And this is something the state is fine with. So these are ideas that are happening. The other idea was to increase workforce housing for the above moderate, to not just cap at 120%, but take that up to 300%. So we can work even with some of those single family homes to make sure they're more affordable for our residents. So this is a very big step. And I'm going to ask that we agendize this to make sure we follow the state rules percentages. And the best way to do this is implement this with every single project. So never again do we have to go through this process of overbuilding one category and not building any of the other categories. So that's how it's done. That's the reality. Again, I know a lot of people spread misinformation saying we have to build 5,000 homes. No, we don't have to build 5,000 homes. What we have to do is build housing for our own community first, and this will address that issue. So I was very excited to be part of that vote. Also, the fire committee, we met. That's the county of San Benito, city of San Juan Bautista, and the city of Hollister, to discuss our partnership and to work towards finding a way to move towards basically a district, fire district, so that we're partners in a very positive way to keep the good work we've been doing going permanently. So we're moving on getting the first part of that. That's the update of the fire study. We had a study done in 2018. It was 2018, wasn't it? Right? Or 17? 18. It was 18. To get that updated so we can understand what that looks like now. We can start planning the financial picture, and again, keep working on what we really need as far as stations throughout the community. The other major thing that happened was through our intergovernmental group. The group voted unanimously to support the county in a countywide ban on flavored tobacco. So that is going to be moving forward at the county. I want to thank the county and all those members on intergovernmental that supported finally doing something about this. It's been going on way, way too long. So that is my update. Now we'll move to informational reports from city council members. Councilmember Burns.
Thank you, Mayor. To begin with, I am 100% supportive of the Blue Star plaque. I'm a little concerned when the presenter spoke during public comment that one of her comments, as I recall, was they were told no. And so I think that sends a really bad message. And I think we need to figure out how to get to yes whenever possible. And so I'd like to know more about how that all evolved, but I'm 100% supportive of that. And I think we need to streamline the process where and if we can. And I'd say the same thing about the 150-year plaque as well. And I'm not going to try and talk about the centennial because I'll muck it up. So also would like, Mr. Miller, for you to consider in our budget that we're going to be talking about in the future. Another council member raised a question, as I recall, about the purchasing of another street sweeper. It's something that Council or Vice Mayor Perez and I reviewed, I'd say relatively early in our tenure, and it was voted down. But I think now is the opportune time, and I've heard the conversations that we need to adjust rates. And so that may be true, but I don't think that we need to balance the purchase of a street sweeper on increasing rates. And if we have a need for it, we now have a new public works director, and I'd like to hear the thoughts. And if we need to, even if we need to use our money to do that, it'd be a one-time expense, and it would make sense to me. I had a constituent in my district approach me about the last time we did hydrant tests. I actually live across the street from a residential park, and there's directly in front of my house on the other side of the street, a hydrant. And I don't know that it's ever been tested, but I'm sure it has. But I'd like to know more about that because it's not uncommon for them to have failures. And I'd like to maybe get a report from the fire chief or his designee as it relates to the process and the frequency and any concerns that he or his staff may have. I'm going to continue to bring up my frustrations with the non-permitted vending that continues to occur at the intersection of Memorial and Hillcrest. If I brought this up once, I suspect it's 5 or more times, but yet it continues to occur. And there are health safety issues that I see in regards to that. So again, city manager, in regards to the budget, I didn't see, and I haven't heard anything. I know that we had a council conversation a few months ago regarding the possible purchasing of the Acela software and technology. And as I recall, it was about $800,000 investment, and I would like to see how or where we stand in that process and how we would pay for it. I know there's a technology fee that we currently charge, but it's not something that we've generated enough income to buy the Rolls Royce of systems. Also would like to bring up, and through council consensus, I'd like to bring back to the dais a revote on council pay raises. It died, I think it was the last council meeting in a 2-2 vote. I was told it was going to come back, and I was told that that was said in error. And so I know that we'd have to suspend the rules, and I'd like to make a motion that we suspend the rules to bring that back, and I'll wait for your follow-up, Mr. Miller, in regards to that. I'd also like, Mr. Miller, that you take a moment during your comments and introduce our new law firm and our attorney. I'm so happy that she and they are here, and I think we're going to be in a much better place moving forward as a result of that. Again, for budget, Mr. Miller, I would like to see our PD maybe do a presentation on ShotSpotter. It's a sad comment, but I think it's a necessary program that I would like to see budgeted for. I know it's not inexpensive, but again, with our limited staffing resources, I think we need to work smarter, not harder. I also wanted to make a comment about our ongoing recruitment for the 3 department head positions. I've seen where they've actually been posted and opened, but I'm a little frustrated. This council approved the hiring of that firm, and those postings sat unable to be opened for 28 days. We have a need to compete, and now's the time. And so hopefully you can have a conversation with that recruitment firm. That frustrates me significantly. Also have been getting a lot of concern from the community, primarily longstanding developers, contractors, consultants, regarding all the red tape they're now experiencing and the frustration and the lack of emails, phone calls, follow-up, additional fees being charged. And so we need to figure this out. We need to figure out a way to clear the red tape and, in my opinion, roll out the red carpet on projects that we see as valuable. Also would like to remind the members of the community that this coming Saturday between 11 a.m. and 2 p.m., there's going to be a town hall meeting at the Vets Memorial Building to discuss fentanyl and the crisis. And there will actually be training there during that time that if you attend and successfully complete the training, it's my understanding that they will actually be distributing the Narcan to those who attend. And I'd highly recommend that everybody in our community shows up for that. It's never too late to take advantage of those opportunities. And so with that, Mayor, that concludes my thoughts and comments. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Councilmember Resendez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm just wondering where we're at with the general plan. I thought it was going to be on this agenda. I could be wrong. Is that coming back to the next agenda?
I believe we're waiting on sorry, on Placeworks for them to finish up one of the pieces that the GPAC was working on. So I will find out where the status of that is.
Yeah, it's been a while since we've heard anything, so I'd like to see that come back to the council as soon as possible. And then I've had some people asking about streetlights on Hawkins and Hayden. So I understand the mayor's concern about the cost of the streetlights. So if we could look at getting streetlights in a more cost-effective manner, like I'm all for that. But there's no lights on Hawkins and Hayden whatsoever. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Perez.
This weekend, I love parades. And so, I was kind of stranded at home, and just so happened that the Portuguese parade came by, and it's like, made my day. I loved it. Unfortunately, there was no notification, and I don't know where the lapse in all this was, but I know it needs to be addressed. Because at 8:30 in the morning, when the city maintenance is putting out the barricades, at 9 o'clock, a lot of people go to church, and I had a lot of constituents that were really upset, older constituents too, because me, I would have got out and moved the barricade. The older ones, they were just going in circles and circles and circles. So I'm not sure what I know my house did not get no notification about the street closure, but we need to make sure that our residents are informed that they're going to be locked into these parade routes 2 weeks ahead of time, because there's also people wanting to get out, and then you have people wanting to get in. So the parade route was up 7th, down San Benito, down 5th, I believe, 5th, and then back to, I forgot what street. Anyways, but there was no notification. So you also have, you know what, I truly loved the way they worship and honor their God. That was really awesome. Or their God. And I participated with that. But you know what, it's not fair to the people that are trying to get to the 3 churches that are inside that parking route or parade route. And so as much as I want these Catholic Church to be able to worship the way they want, there's 3 other churches that were blocked from not being able to do that. So I don't know if barricades are always going to be the good solution, but I know that our staff, we can figure something out so that this parade that comes by my house, and it was really awesome. You have people from different cities. I mean, it was just really neat, and food was awesome too. But I know that we can do something better than just locking down our city residents in that 12 block, 10 block area. So there's that. Parking. Thank you, Chief, for helping out the residents on 5th Street. They're really going to be able to sit down and watch 2 movies at once now. Before I forget, I'd like to close tonight in the honor of John Barrett and Savan. What's his last name? I don't know Savan's last name. Casada. I'd like to close in both of their honors. The other thing I was able to do, I went on a ride along with the fire department, and it was neat to see them in action. It was neat to see how they're received. I did notice, and you couldn't help but notice, when you're driving in a fire truck, and that the back wheels do not go over these speed humps. Now, I know it's doing damage to the trucks because you guys don't go real slow, because you're in a hurry, you're in an emergency, and you have to slow down to go over those bumps. And, no matter how small that time is slowing you down, if it's my last breath, 5 seconds is too long if it slows you down. For me personally, I was really disappointed because in our presentation on these speed humps, they told us, or whoever gave this presentation, that it was not going to slow them down. The fire trucks would be able to go right over them. That's a lie. You don't believe me? Go for a ride. So I just had to make a comment about that. And the speed humps, you know what? In that presentation, they were supposed to have white lines around them. And I was told by Brett Miller that you were going to have them put the white lines around, and they haven't still been encased in those, because that's the presentation we got. So what I'm really seeing is that the presentation I got was that the fire trucks are going to go over it, and there's white lines to mark it so you can see it when you're coming up to it. And you know what? So I am really disappointed with that. And especially that it hasn't been done yet. Parking lots downtown. We have issues with parking downtown. And I wanted to see if we had a consensus on the council to see about the parking lot or the Cheng Sheng see if that's up for sale. And the other one, where is it? The one between Fourth, one next to O'Keefe behind Micheladas. You know what about trying to, because there's complaints about the trash cans that are in by one business. In fact, they surround that business. And you know what, I don't know if what we need to do to reconfigure that parking lot, or so that we can have better access to these trash cans. But I know one thing, we got to get them all those trash cans from circling one business. That's not fair to them. This last weekend, I also went to the, that's why I was late on Saturday. I went to pay respects to the Barrett family. Deepest condolences. I love that. I love John. But anyways, it brought up again, Grunago's parking. Unfortunately, people know my face in town. And I've asked about getting some type of permitting for they can have a parking spot, a loading zone for Grunago's, for our residents that are deceased and or their families would like to pay them respect and not have to worry about the parking space in front of their funeral home. I'd like to see that something done about that. I think it's the least we can do. It doesn't have to be 24/7. It can be only till 12 and not on Sundays. Haven't heard anything about the alley next to 7-Eleven. And I also, you know what? I loved what the mayor was saying with all the numbers for the arena numbers and all that stuff. My one question or comment is it's going to be really hard to talk to like developers, because we don't talk to developers. They become the bad word. And you know what? Developers are our friends, because in situations like these, we need people to come and say, hey, we want to build single homes. And it's like, and we get to say, hey, we want apartments, low income, condos. We need affordable income rentals for our residents that live here now. You want to make this is your moneymaker. This is our residents that need this. As far as I'm concerned, come on, developers, come and talk to me about building some units for our residents. And then I can talk to you about, or we can talk to you about building some single homes. But we need to take care of our residents, and residents first. I also want to bring Youth Recovery Connections agendized for the meeting on the 21st. I also, with the both flat plaques for the clampers and for the South Valley Floral, and the sweeper, I'm in for that. And that's it.
Thank you, Councilmember Morales.
Thank you. I also agree with the planning system. And as part of that, I also want to make sure that the IT requests the infrastructure costs, because I think they're pretty expensive. So that be incorporated as part of the budget consideration, because that will help all of our departments. I'd like to have the various code enforcement issues agendized at the next meeting. So whatever that meeting is in June, but no later than that. The ones on shopping carts, the noise ordinance, and the night market. I would also like to bring back and to have our city attorney review that vote regarding Gavilan College and the sewer hookup. It was a 3-2 vote, and I guess it needed a majority. And also any other presentation associated with that decision. Also an agreement with bringing back council pay, and thank you, city manager, for working with the Hollister Downtown Association and all regarding the plaque. And I also like to agree with Vice Mayor Rick on the ending in a moment in silence for Savant and
John Barrett.
John Barrett.
That it?
Yes.
Thank you. As far as the vote that Mr. Burns brought up, there's no need to have a suspend the rules. All it takes is one of the no votes to agree to bring it back, and I'm more than willing to do that.
So actually, if I could jump in here, Mayor.
Go ahead.
It's the way it works is if there's going to be a motion for reconsideration, it has to be at the meeting where the motion was made. There's going to be an exception. It's a matter of timing because what we want is finality in decisions. That being said, the body can always vote to suspend the rules by a 2/3 majority vote to allow a motion to reconsider to be made at another time. However, I would recommend, based on reading the rest of Rosenberg's rules with respect to a motion for reconsideration, that the motion only be made by a member who voted in the majority. Because if we start allowing members under these rules who are in the minority to make motions for reconsideration,
Correct.
you lose that finality of votes with every single vote that you're taking.
Yes, and I agree. And this example was a 2-2, and it did not go because of that reason. So I want to do whatever we need to do on this one, but I 100% agree with you. I do not want to, in the past, this happened way too often and don't want to revisit that. But because there was some confusion on this, I remember hearing too that it can be brought back or something. So I'm okay with this one. We'll find out how to do it properly, and we can go forward, but I agree with you.
Thank you.
Thank you. The parking garage, I appreciate it's open. The fencing has been taken down so people can drive around. This is really what's causing our traffic, our parking issues in town. But they have not finished the asphalt back there. So it looks like it's you need a 4-wheel drive to still use the parking lot. And that just, it's not right. This is something that's been going on, again, way too long. The fencing is still wrapping around Gavilan College. So Gavilan College looks like it's closed. That needs to be removed. They need to do the right thing and put scaffolding around their building, protective scaffolding that can handle this, which will allow the sidewalk on San Benito to reopen. And I appreciate that the other building in downtown has removed their trash bins and has opened and taken off the plywood so you can see what's going on. So we need to do the same thing here. This cannot keep going on where, again, this is just, it wouldn't happen anywhere else. We need to make sure they're not inconveniencing our residents for their gain. So I want to make sure we put into it and bring it up to parking garage. We talked about this, bringing it back to have a discussion on the correct fees. If people are going to use it as their permanent parking, there's got to be a fee for this that helps pay for not $15 a year or whatever it was. We need to have a realistic number, as every other city, again, that does this charges to use their parking lots. We need to bring that forward and get that done sooner rather than later. I do want to bring up something very important that happened. The city of Hollister and myself won a lawsuit. I want to say it again. We won a lawsuit that was brought forward by Elias Salinas and Irma Gonzalez based on complete fabrication of information. The end result is they have to pay nearly $30,000 back to the city for that loss. And this is why it's so important. You know, misinformation, it's just not fair to the public. Spreading misinformation, false information. At the end of the day, the courts understand the truth.
Mary, is this
and they pay.
legal?
So I just want to make sure that everyone understood that. Yes, it is. This is what
I'm
happened.
I'm asking Mary,
It's
can you
my
please?
information report, please. Thank you. The city of
Just
Hollister won the
just a
lawsuit.
nod is fine.
Thank you. And
Mayor, do you want me to respond to that?
you can respond to it.
Okay, so yes, it was his informational report.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay. I just want the public to know the truth. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
And With that, that's all I have. And city manager?
Thank you very much for just saying about the housing agenda. Does other council member want that put on? Or is it based on COG?
The percentages, so we can
percentages
incorporate that.
The budget items, I'll bring that forward. Pay we already discussed. Yeah, does the council want the plaque items brought forward? Okay. Yeah, does youth recovery bring that item forward?
I'd like to see all those numbers first before we talk about the purchase and what the purchase cost would be. Again, yeah, for the sweeper, all the
Right, as a
numbers
budget,
first.
okay. For the parking lots for on sale, we'll talk to some realtors, at least get those prices, and we'll get that out to council just so for informational. Trash cans, we are working with Recology to try to figure out a solution for all those trash cans. And the other stuff with just information we'll get out to the council.
Is that it, sir?
Yep.
City attorney?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. So I just want to remind Council that the Cal Cities Annual Conference and Expo registration opened. I know it's really hard to get hotel rooms once these things open up. So if anyone's going, 5 of us from our firm will be attending the conference as well. And it's September 7th through the 9th. And then I just also want to say thank you. We're glad to be part of the team.
Welcome on board.
Yeah, one of the council members asked me to introduce Mary Lerner from Lozano Smith as our new city attorney, and staff is really thrilled that she is here. Thank you.
Thank you. Chief?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just one follow-up. Several months ago, we discussed having overtime extra hours for the animal shelter on Wednesdays and every other Saturdays. Just want to quickly report back. We've been keeping track of everyone that's been attending on those specific days, and specifically on the Wednesdays, the report that we have, which includes 21 Wednesdays, we had 13 no-shows, meaning they made an appointment, didn't show up. 2 licensing, 1 citation was paid. The numbers go down from there from different items as a donation or surrender or inquiry. But there were 4 adoption inquiries with no adoptions. So on Wednesdays, there were no adoptions for the last 6 months. And on the Saturdays, we had 3 no-shows, a couple dogs taken to rescue, 2 donations, feral cats, 11 adoption inquiries with no adoptions, and 4 disposal requests. I have the rest of the report with several items that are just one of each. And with the total cost to the city of about $8,466 in overtime. So we'll be requesting during the budget process, if we continue with this, we would be requesting an increase to the overtime budget. But for the last 6 months, there hasn't been 1 adoption within a Wednesday or a Saturday. And the numbers are, as far as people attending, are dropping for those special days. So I'll be bringing it up in the budget meeting as well.
Thank you, sir. That's why data is important. City clerk?
Nothing to report.
Thank you. We'll move now to item G3.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Tonight, we're providing an update on the potential location of adding the Gateway Monument sign in the downtown area. We received additional feedback from the different groups that council suggested we reached out to. And then we also have the renderings available for you guys to take a look at. so that we have the renderings facing both the north and the south side. That one's the location closer to 7th Street. And then the next one should be facing south,
See north.
north. Okay, facing north then, sorry. And then the following one would be the one over on 5th Street.
Yeah, the one that's by 7th, that's actually right, the alleyway, I think that's all,
Correct.
not at 7th.
And then based on the feedback that we received from the 150th committee and some of the nearby or the downtown businesses, was that they like the location located closer to the Veterans Building. But I know Tina also reached out to the Arts and Cultural Committee, and maybe she can add.
Let's hear it. So the Arts Commission. Go ahead. I thought that's what we were waiting on, is the Arts Commission to give us guidance, since they are the artists.
At the meeting in May, I forget what day it was, but our commission voted 3-0 to put it on the 4th Street location.
5th Street, you mean.
5th Street. Yes, 5th Street. Sorry.
And that's the Arts Commission. They had, I think they had other pretty cool ideas to add to that, from what I remember seeing.
They had a variety of ideas. I'm not sure if I'm going to say this right. I don't have my notes in front of me, but Bonito Light is a crystal in Hollister, San Benito County. So they asked some sort of blue rock or crystal along the pillars, beautifying it with vines to represent our wineries. What were the other keynotes? I can't remember off the top of my head. Benito wineries, and no pillars in front. They said the way it looks was nice like that. They understand the public safety part, but they feel that a monument sign is a piece of art, and they don't want it barricaded. They don't want to see it barricaded in any way. What was the other one, Daisy? Great. Was that the vines? Yeah, that represented the vines that represented the wineries, but it wasn't ivy. It wasn't a plant ivy. It was more into the structure of the arch. And if that can't be done now, could it be added in the future at a cost, so that just to limit the cost now, or do we, add it all together? And then the color of the sign, they asked that, I guess, I don't know if it's for sure, I wasn't part of the process, but is it my understanding that there is a color palette for the downtown area that was approved by council? I don't recall. There is, okay, yes. So maybe kind of recognize the sign and use some of those color palettes that was approved for a historical downtown area.
Excellent.
Okay.
I see artists always have good ideas, right?
They had
have
some
the
really
vision,
good
the rest of
ideas.
us don't,
Mhm.
so. Excellent.
And they were very thankful that council asked for their opinion, because they feel that there are the professionals
I think
here.
Mr. Burns said it best, was why do we have them there, but not giving us their vision? So I agree.
Yes.
So thank you. Any comments from council? Councilmember Burns?
Thank you. And thanks staff for consulting with the committee or the commission. In the future, I would ask that when we're going to reach out to our committee or our commission, that perhaps the chair or the vice chair actually attend the council meeting so that we can hear it from their lips to our ears. And just to be clear, when we're talking of ivy, we're talking additional metal work. Is that what we're talking? I think that's a great idea. I'm not keen on not putting up the pillars, pilers, whatever they are. I too want to preserve it, but I don't want to see a car hit it. And so for me, I don't remember if we've actually seen some photographs of what they look like with and without, but unless it's just hideous, I'm going to err on the side of caution and try and restrict the possibility, if not outright probability, for a drunk driver to take it out. And so thank you for your work. It's a great presentation, and I'm going to go with the commission's recommendations minus the barricades or whatever we're calling those things. Thanks.
All words is the word.
Thank you, Mr.
All
Mayor.
words.
And thank you, Tina, for your report. Thank you, Daisy. And thank you, Tina, for the email from the recommendation from the Arts and Culture Commission. I think they have great ideas. And I, for one, am not a fan of the color palette. I'll be honest with you. The more color, the better. I think our color palette's a little outdated and bland. That's just my personal opinion. So I really like that they want to add the blue bonito light. Like that's something that's unique to our community. I love that they're going to promote the, ecotourism, you know, the idea of the vineyards and the grapes. I understand Councilmember Burns's concerns with safety. That's our number one, first and foremost priority, right? Well, one of them, I should say. So yeah, I'm wondering if we can find a way to make it look a little bit more aesthetically pleasing. I mean, we haven't seen any final renderings, but I would imagine that, you know, that it would look good. So 100% supportive of this. Please thank them for us and let them know that we appreciate their help.
Thank you. Laura, comments?
Yeah, so I like the idea of the vines. Do we know how much it's going to cost? Okay,
No.
so and to change the colors of the rocks was a good idea. Do we know how much that's going to be? No, and I'm not saying you, I'm just saying the Arts Council, you know, it's like, I understand the arts, but there's the financial part to this too. We're already $250,000 into this. The other thing is, what is the professional? Well, since we're talking about professionals, the professional sign guy, what does he say it should be put?
So Jeremy's recommendation was to put it in after the alleyway, located closer to 7th by the Veterans Building.
Because right there in front of this, the Veterans Building, isn't that where we have the judges for our parades? Most of our activities are centered around, are they not centered around the, not all the time, but Tina, aren't they like pretty much around Vets Building, Main Street in there? I mean, it seems like there's a lot of events that happen right there in front of Vets in general vicinity. It stretches out, but to me, I just, this sign should go near Vets Memorial Building, and it needs to have some type of protection. All the other painting purple rocks or some type of purple rock in there, that's fine. When you start getting into art sculpture with welding and all that stuff, you know what? Who's going to pay for that cost? And we need to find these numbers before we start doing this. Can they be added on later on? I got so many questions going on. But first and foremost, that sign should not be at 5th Street. There's too many tall buildings. It should be spread out farther. Downtown, everything is concentrated too much towards 5th Street. It needs to be spread out. And so that's where I stand.
Thank you. Okay, do we have any public comment?
There are no speakers.
Thank you. So I think there's a consensus for the recommendation of the Arts Commission.
Do we have it be 5th Street? Because I'm going to add a wrinkle once.
100%, yes.
Paul, can you flip between the two slides for 5th Street? It's very confusing because one sign is on one side of 5th Street and one's on the other corner.
Mm-hmm.
So I need to know what side of, do you want it closer to the old Hollister house?
I
Or
would say that
more
would,
to,
I would say that's probably a better location because that's where the banners hang now.
Okay.
In that area.
that's where I'm,
that
just
what
want to
you're
make sure,
thinking?
the one that's closer.
We'll just have to-
I'm fine with either one as long as the sign guy approves those locations. Honestly, it doesn't.
South side of 5th.
Just south side of 5th, okay.
We'll just have to double check again because we haven't done the markings on that side of 5th.
Yeah, haven't checked. Go from there.
Just to kind of make, no, go ahead.
I do recall the conversation if we bring it back to 5th. So right there, they felt that where it's at, there was not taking up any parking spaces, so they didn't have to
weren't concerned about that. They just wanted to maybe get the idea of what, if it would affect La Cantrina in any way, the restaurant. And then they felt that that was the best location because it entered San Benito Street, our, downtown area. And then as we moved, we would see this beautiful building, what we call the Vets building. So that's why they felt that here's an entrance, you're moving along, and then you see the Vets building off to the side. And that's our, we call our airport our gem, but also our Vets building, the history that's there.
Isn't that part of the reason why he was saying that it's better positioned towards the Vets Memorial Building, is because there is less traffic interference? Because you're not getting people turning left and right.
Thank you. All right.
That's a question I'm asking. Can you please wait? Daisy?
Yeah, that's correct. That I'm just saying Jeremy's the contractor's professional opinion, and recommendation. So that he really suggested to do that location just based on the USA markings that he had already seen, based on the fact that there's currently that green kind of structure where the banners currently hang. That he couldn't make it to tonight's meeting, but that's what he said.
Thank you.
Okay, we have a consensus. We'll start with the south side. If that doesn't for some reason work, we'll go to the north side. If neither one for some reason, because of undergrounding parameters, do you want us to bring it back to council, or do you want us to bring it to go ahead and use the Vets as the third option?
I think he can make it work somewhere. I think.
Yeah, I just want to, I really don't want to keep bringing
let's
this
just
thing
keep
back.
moving.
So,
We don't want,
so are you okay
worth
with
a little
just
time.
a third, just plan C?
I'm absolutely fine with it. Where the committee wants it doesn't work out, if we go closer to the Vets building.
Okay, thank you. That would help give us some closure.
Thank you. So now we'll move to item G. There was no public comment, right? So G4.
Take your time, you're getting overtime.
I'm salary, sir. You have the
clicker.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor and council members. This is an overtime causation report requested by Councilmember Burns. If you hadn't gone over the slides as the agenda was presented to you, I'll go ahead and do a quick overview it, and then you can do I'll do a brief by exception, any questions that you have on any of the slides. So let me go to the next slide. All right, so this is an introduction report prepared by the City of Hollister Fire Department for City Council. So we can provide a breakdown of usage of overtime. We have emergency response demands, distinct leave banks, and special assignments. And I'll go through each and every one of those as the slide progresses. You got three categories: emergency response demands, the leave banks, which are entailed with vacation, holiday, compensation, sick, administrative leave, and bereavement. You got the special assignments, which include event staffing like the rally or say the rodeo, events like that. They have training requirements outside of their 260 hours of training a year, community outreach. So if we're doing recruiting or if we're doing career days at the high school, we won't pull an engine out of service. We'll send overtime staff over there to concentrate and talk to our potential career advancement and our youth out there. Public education and committed standby. Committed standby is like the fairgrounds. We had a particular company out at the airport that had us do engine standby because of the work that they were doing. They needed some kind of fire suppression and emergency medical service. Service characteristics. What we have is what the Hollister Fire Department provides 24 hours of all hazard response for various types of emergencies, where the service consists of the city of Hollister, the county of San Benito, and city of San Juan Bautista. Your area of operation is 1,390 square area miles. To whom we provide fire and life safety to the community. Hollister Fire Department participates in the mutual aid plan assignment, which was revised in December of 2021. And what the mutual aid plan is what we provide for the state for the large scale incidents, just like the lightning strikes up in Santa Clara County that we were going to in 2018 and 19, or 19 and 20. And that took a considerable amount of time from us. But in the event that we have the large scale event here, 1989 earthquake, they're going to come and help us without a doubt. Next slide. This is the organizational chart. So this is important here because each shift represents a day of work for the firefighters. You have your battalion chief who has an assignment that's critical to the operation. What that chief officer does is manages resources, establishes command, and establishes a strategy. The captain does tactics and safety. Your engineer operates the vehicle and is your hydraulic engineer that flows water. He also provides backup support for emergency medical technicians. So your firefighter, he does rescue on a vehicle accident, manages the tools, the extrication tools. At a fire, he's the nozzle person on the nozzle for a structure fire. And then for a medical aid, he's your primary patient person. If any one of these individuals call in sick or take a leave day, it's got to be replaced by a for rank individual. You can't leave that particular seat on an engine unattended. It has to be filled with personnel to perform and meet the objectives of the fire protection contract. The next slide is just an overview of the figures 3, 4, 5, and 6, and I'll go through these shortly. Figure 3 displays the leave bank accrual. Figure 4 displays leave usage and their balances. Figure 5 displays fire department overtime hours per year, and in strike team reimbursements are figure 6. All of this information, or most of this information, comes from our Tyler systems, which are indigenous to our databases. All right, so leave bank accruals per year. If you take a look at the vacation bank, this is what the entire department accrues over the year. You've got 7,537 hours of vacation time. Sick time is 5,668 hours of sick time, and holiday is 8,064 hours of holiday pay, for a total annually of 21,000 hours, over 21,000 hours of leave bank accruals. This next graph shows you leave hours taken. So if you take a look, what's interesting that we have here is we have a trade time hours program. And what that trade program consists of is if I'm a firefighter and I have a colleague that works an opposite shift of mine, instead of me taking the day off and creating overtime, we'll have an agreement where I work his shift and he'll work my shift. And that right there suppresses any amount of overtime that could be generated from not taking the trade. So what our firefighters tend to do when they can, they'll do trades as much as possible. And they've already established as much as 3,900 hours of trade time, but at the same time, they can't get trades all the time, and they have to burn some of those vacation days or holiday pays or all holidays, or else they don't continue to accrue them. And then also when they take vacation, it's not so they can take a day off and just go to the beach. What it is that if they've ran a shift like Councilmember Burns or Councilmember Perez was on, it was a very active shift, that shift. They went on a vehicle accident. They went on medical aids. They went to a fight at Ridgemark, and they went to a structure fire that night. So they might have got maybe about hour, 2 hours of sleep. If they had to work the next day, they'd be burnt. So they go home. they rest. If they got to take an extra day off just to catch up on the sleep, because we don't want them to be sleep deprived, doing critical tasks out there, like doing a patient assessment. And if they miss something, get, a stroke confused with a heart attack, it's consequential, not only to us, but the individual on the street. Okay. So they got to get their rest. They got to, use this time so they can, it's R&R, rest and rehabilitation, not rest and relaxation. It's rest and rehabilitation. If you take a look at some of those numbers there, in 2021 and 2022, the sick hours was probably the leader of all of the leave banks taken. Well, if you remember 21 and 22, there was I'm not going to say an outbreak, but there was somewhat of a concern with COVID. So they amassed 7,623 hours. Vacation hours, they hit 6,066 hours, which is pretty much par for the course, especially with the amount of people that we have. And then holiday pay was at 3,800 hours. So this is the analysis that we do when we develop a budget and we make a recommendation on what we should have for leave banks and for an overtime budget. We go through this analysis and we say, okay, over the past 5 years, this is how much time that these folks have taken, and this is how much time that they've taken on trades. The overtime savings for the trade up to date to this date right now is about 195,000, and that's that number comes from May 17th. So it's probably going to go up and over $200,000 in savings for the trades. Next slide. All right, this is your overtime hours used. So if you look at 2120, you see 22,000 hours, and that was caused mainly by the COVIDs and illnesses. And then, of course, your regular vacation and holiday pay and sick leaves. 2021, you have 26,000 hours, and a lot of that time was centered around multiple strike team deployments. And with the strike team deployments, we get reimbursements also. 19 and 20, if you can see, there was a significant drop. That's because I was concerned as a department head about the vulnerability of my firefighters going out and doing assessments on patients that had potential of having COVID. So I suspended leaves with the authorization of the union. I was able to do that for maybe 60 days after I had to cut them loose so they could start taking leaves. Otherwise, we would have had concerns. We would have had issues, grievances on the desk. But I applaud them for allowing me to do that. In 18 and 19, we were up with a lot of the strike team assignments, and they were taking their regular leave and normal holiday pay. What you see as far as fiscal year 21 and 20, that is to date of May 17th. So we still have some numbers to validate as the end of the year goes by, as the end of the fiscal year goes by. Strike team reimbursements. Okay. So when the state calls on us to participate and support the mutual aid program, they're calling us to go to different parts of the state, and sometimes within the county also, especially if we're going out into the strike team or into the state response area. Today, we spent 4 hours in the state response area off of Duncan Road and in the riverbed here by San Juan Bautista. In 2018, we got reimbursements of 194,000. 2019, because I wasn't allowing a lot of folks to go on striking deployments, we only amassed 117,000 because 2020 was a mega fire era, which was, instead of the May to October fire season, it was the whole year round, and we had all those lightning strikes. We amassed 433,000, and in this year, as of today, we've got 299,000, for a total since 2018 of 1,045,000 in reimbursements, strike team reimbursements that the state pays us for. So The fire department overtime budget for fiscal year 2021 was approved at $550,000. Strike team assignments contributed to overtime budget as cost recovery measures in the amount of $299,000. The trade program defers about $195,000 in overtime costs. So there's some effort from the staff. There's some effort from our troops that are trying to have this overtime reduction also. The following slides provide a graph that displays the department's previous approved overtime budgets, accrual, overtime expenditures, and strike team reimbursements. Included in the bar graph is what it would look like if we were to subtract the strike team reimbursements into the overtime actual cost as opposed to the budget. So if you look at the bottom, we were the light blue line, $450,000. That was the approved budget for overtime. The actual cost was $1.6 million in overtime.
Yeah, change the slide.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's me. You guys aren't even looking at it. Sorry about that. So the bottom line is $450,000. The light blue line, that's what was approved of the overtime budget. The dark blue line is $1.6 million, what we actually spent. And the $194,000 was what we got in strike team state reimbursements. So if I subtracted $194,000 from the $1.6 million, we would have spent $1,495,000. So if fiscal year 18 and 19 explains that in this picture graph, you can see where we're at in 19 and 2021 and 21-22. And as I said, the year still has a couple of weeks left in it. So what we're looking at in 21-22 is we were approved $550,000. We actually are to date $1.3 million, and we've earned in reimbursements $299,000. So as of date, in all actuality, and I know this is not how you do the net, but it kind of gives a better depiction of what overtime was generated and what was recovered in costs, and that was $1,026,000. Go to the next slide here. So the Hollister Fire Department overtime budget is generated through vacancies from leave banks, emergency response assignments, special assignments. And like I was mentioning earlier, it's imperative to fill vacancies to achieve the public safety objective. All right, so the overtime budget is an arbitrary amount of money that doesn't take into consideration leave banks accrued, special assignments required, staffing requirements, and MOUs agreed of 3 people off a day. So you got to take in consideration, the MOU says you got to allow 3 people off a day. That doesn't include people that call in sick. So we can have as much as 6 people off in a day. And at that, we're looking at $1,200 to $1,500 a person. We could be generating well over $5,000 in overtime a day because of the loss of personnel due to calls, or if in one year, 2019, 18 and 19, I had 3 vacancies every day. One was administrative reasons. Another one was a workers' comp issue. And one was, a medical issue. So I had three personnel that were off once a day, plus the 3 firefighters off a day. When we became whole, we were able to diminish that amount. But you can see in the numbers in 18, 19, that it was a significant hit as far as the overtime budget was concerned. Some of those things we can't avoid, like because I said I have to fill those numbers in order for them to do their critical tasks and carry out the mission of the fire department. So the fire department budget time, in my opinion, is an underfunded budget by more than 50% of its appropriate amount. The overtime budget supports 18 of the 42 firefighters off on staff. That concludes my report. If you have questions for me.
Thank you. Councilmember Resendez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So this is interesting. This is very helpful, by the way. Thank you. I've never seen a presentation like this since I've been here. So, and I think I've been here since the beginning of this. So this is very helpful. What I'm noticing are some trends. So in 2018, obviously that's the one that's most concerning to me, right? Low trades, low strikes, an increase in sick. So you said that 2018 was high because of the strikes, but actually it's lower strikes than some of the other years from what I'm noticing. I could be wrong.
For the strike team deployments?
Yeah, it's relatively low compared to the other years. And then, so basically what I'm noticing, consistent, or whatever, everything else is consistent as far as the holiday and the vacation, that's consistent. What's not, what's kind of all over the place is the trading and the sick.
Yeah.
It's up and down, it's sporadic, right?
It is.
So that to me, if you look at it, that correlation points to why you had such an increase in overtime in 18-19, in my opinion, just from the brief report that you gave to me. But that's probably something to take in consideration. I do agree with you that we're under budget. We all know we're under budget. We know why we're under budget, but we need, we're going to address that. And we need you and your staff to work with us. And let's see those lines get a little bit more even moving forward so that we can start working collaboratively together to ensure that not only our community is safe, but we keep you guys fully staffed and even more staffed, right?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Burns.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Miller, what is your projected overtime for this next fiscal year for the fire department?
I believe we're around our current budget of 550. The issue has been historically, it jumps around. If you expanded this graph out for other years, you'll see lower years, dollar amounts. I think the issue has been in the past that we'll hire more people. What happened when we hired more people, we had even higher overtime. So it's coming down with a solution that keeps our overtime on a regular pace. So it's always been an issue. I can't remember. I always use Carson Clower that was here. He goes, I don't even know how to figure out this overtime. It's been 4 years, and that's been the issue. It just jumps around with no real rhyme or reason. And that's been the issue in the past.
Okay. So for me, as we move forward to budget discussions, it would be very helpful to maybe have a 10-year range from each of those years, so that I don't know that it makes sense to take those 10 years and create an average, but it sounds to me like if we're going to budget $550,000 in overtime, we're already upside down before we even begin based on what I've just heard in presentation. And I do want a balanced budget. And I understand you can only have so much give and take in order to get there, but we need to figure this out because this is not fair to anybody. And so we really do need to identify this. So Chief, I do have a few questions for you, please. You talked about committed standby. And with committed standby, do we bill out the cause of the committed standby? And if not?
I absolutely do. I do it in a contract. So for instance, when the fairgrounds requests an engine for standby, I'll commit one engine with one firefighter, engineer, and captain at time and a half. And I charge the FEMA going rate for that engine. So if it could be $1,000 just for the engine and about maybe $3,000 for the support, plus I throw up a 10% admin fee because that's appropriate. And we will make our money from that staffing to include, and I hate to say this in open forum, a little extra for the 10% admin and for the actual apparatus itself. So nothing goes for free when it comes to committed standby. The only one I won't do that for is the institutions. So when the high school has graduation, I provide the time. I don't feel it's necessary to do that to the high school because it's only about a 3 or 4 hour standby.
Okay, but we track that time regardless?
Absolutely. I do.
Okay, and so on the committed standby, when you submit a bill for services, where does the money go when it's received?
To the general fund, I believe. Yeah.
Yeah, it goes into reimbursements. It's a revenue.
Okay.
Yeah, we can't net. Accounting rules don't allow you to net things. like
Okay,
that.
but we have a clear number that we could quantify that with?
Yeah, we could. We could, but I mean, the big one in the past was strike teams, and we
Right.
finally actually put the overtime related to strike teams, the expenditure of it on its own separate line item. So it wasn't kind of confusing people on, especially on a big year where there was strike teams.
Right, right. And I think that's important to recognize because it does tend to offset some of the overhead. And so, Chief, with regard to overtime conversation, do your firefighter staff have the option to take comp time off in lieu of overtime?
They do.
Okay,
They
and
do.
is
And-
that
and-
something they use occasionally, frequently, often?
Yeah, they do. There's a few that will. It's not a common occurrence. I mean, there's even been a point of time where there wasn't even a cap on it. And I think the cap is $490 now or something to that effect, where you can only accrue so much comp time. And then after that, they can't accrue it anymore. But they will if they get the opportunity to do it.
Okay.
Yeah, just so there is a state allowance that it can't go over a certain amount, and I think it is 490.
Okay.
490, yeah.
And
And it's new. It's new to us too. We just found out about it last year.
and do your staff also have the opportunity to flex time in lieu of?
I only do that for my 40-hour staff.
Okay.
I really can't do it with the shift staff.
Okay. And so you mentioned mutual aid. Do we receive any kind of financial compensation for mutual aid, or is it a this for that type of relationship where we give it now and hopefully we never need to collect on it, but it's almost feels like a barter?
Yes. When we get toned out by the state or Cal OES, we will always get a reimbursement. But if it's mutual aid, us going to Santa Clara or going to Gilroy or Salinas, it's reciprocal. And this last few years, they've been coming to us more than us going to them. So I tread lightly when it comes to that because they've been doing us a great favor. We don't have an elevated stream for a truck for an elevated stream. So I've had Presidio Monterey, Salinas, Gilroy, and Pacific Grove come in, which is part of Monterey, to provide us support. It's reciprocal. And when it's a day event, no money exchanges hands. But if it's a whole week I think last year they were out on the campfire, it was 21 days total. So that would be the difference.
Okay. And so when we do the mutual aid, whether we're receiving or giving, do we track that so that at the end of the year, we would know?
We absolutely do.
Okay. And so you talked about when somebody calls out for whatever the purpose, it requires rank for rank.
Correct.
And so we don't have a process whereby we could pay a specialty pay to, say, a firefighter to work as an engineer, or and I would assume that if you have a captain, they should be able to perform all the rank and file tasks. So they should be able to work down, even though it wouldn't be our preferred way, of course.
Correct. And that's absolutely right. So that's part of our succession plan and our career development. Each and every firefighter that's online can drive the apparatus. When I first came in, you weren't allowed to get behind the steering wheel unless you were cleaning it. Now, we allow them to get behind the wheel, drive the vehicle, and work out of class to try to defer some of that overtime costs. I'll even have captains work as battalion chiefs just so they can get in the seat and get some experience on it.
Right. And that makes great sense to me. Chief, with regard to your lead bank totals, I think you've talked about it, but maybe you could talk a little bit more or clarify it a little bit. You talked about a cap, or is there a mandatory cash out where at the end of the year you either have to use it or cash it out or lose it? And I don't know how you could legally lose it. So
they don't lose it, but they don't gain anymore. They won't gain anymore after 360 hours. For me, it's 280 hours as a 40-hour employee, but as a 56-hour employee, after 360 hours, it stops. So they do use it. They do try to use it before they cannot gain anymore.
Okay. And Chief, just confirm for me, the fire department, the city of Hollister is a PERS agency. And so the fire department personnel also are PERS retirement benefited?
Correct.
Okay. And so for me, again, the cash out's a really big thing. And I think maybe as we look at things in negotiations, I think that'd be very important because, when people term out, the city could be forced to do some significant payouts, financial payouts.
Yes.
And of course, you earn it at today's rate. And if you retire 20 years from now, that's money that's just going to continue to grow.
Yes.
It's like a savings account with a real interest return.
Absolutely.
And so I'd like to see some more in that regard. You talked about shift trades. And so with shift trades, are they things that have to be pre-approved? And are they, if I'm a firefighter and an engineer wants to take a day off and I've been taught how to drive the trucks, how does that work?
So that particular, we would prefer shift trades rank for rank, firefighter to firefighter, engineer to engineer, captain to captain. On rare occasions, we've allowed shift trades for a captain to work for a firefighter. We had one firefighter who was experiencing difficulty at home with one of his children. So all of the firefighters worked in his place for the health and the recovery of that child. So we've allowed that. It had to come to me first before we authorized it. And before a trade does happen, a division chief will, or a battalion chief in that division will authorize it and say, yes, you can work for that individual at that rank.
Okay.
It's approved.
Okay. Talk to me a little bit, please, Chief, about minimum staffing requirements. You talk about it through the MOU that's agreed, and I assume there may be some state regulations as well.
Correct. So as far as it being regulatory, it's from the National Fire Protection Association. We would prefer to have 1710 identified as our premier process of how we do things. So it's going to be for a structure fire, for instance, you'll have 13 firefighters and a battalion chief, all like apparatus and communication. That's the requirement. That's what the NFPA requires us to do. So right now, as a fire department, we are at whole status. So because we're at whole status, if one person calls in sick or takes a day off, I have to replace that individual, because then at that point, we're not meeting NFPA 1710. And it's not a number that we're trying to attain. It's actual and it's effective, especially on a structure fire. Everybody at that structure fire, the 15 personnel plus the battalion chief all have a critical assignment to do, that when somebody is not there, you feel it on scene. So those are the requirements. Those are the regulations that we abide by as a citywide policy for us. For instance, and I should have brought this up when Councilmember Resendez had brought it up about 2018. 2018, we were down staffed by 4. That's why we had.
I was going to ask about staff.
I completely forgot about that. So right now we're whole. We have the 42 personnel that we need. At that time, we were under 40. So we were constantly having to fill overtime. And that's the reflection of 2018-19. And that's when we got the Safer Grant personnel and we were able to bolster the staff.
Okay. Chief, when you talk about overtime, we've talked about the city of Hollister, but as you've tracked it, do you have numbers for the amount of overtime that was spent in either county-related calls or staffing for county jurisdictions and or the city of San Juan Bautista?
I don't. I can probably break that down per district. But when we pull these numbers, we pulled them out of our emergency reporting system and our crew sense system as a department as a whole.
No, I appreciate that, but
Okay.
those kind of numbers would be very helpful, I think, for myself and hopefully this council moving forward. as we look at the contract, the county contract and the city of San Juan
Yeah.
Bautista contract. And can you tell me, Chief, what percentage of your calls on an average would be medical aid or collision related?
As far as the calls itself, or as it pertains to the overtime?
Calls for service, period. The other number would be interesting, but I don't know that it'd be reasonable to ask for that.
Yeah, so I don't have that. I don't have that offhand. But traditionally, I mean, the accurate number, I know you don't like approximations, so I'm not going to.
I appreciate you knowing that.
But it's 80% medical aids, 80% are medical aids. And then I'd say another 12 to 15% are maybe other calls, and the rest are fires.
Okay.
And that's because of good fire prevention. I have to say that that's what we need. It's just like predictive policing. We try to minimize by mitigating the issues out there with fire prevention.
Right. And I appreciate that. I know that this council is supportive of of bringing on a couple fire investigators, and we talked about that on Saturday. So that hopefully that gets better. But where I'm headed with this, honestly, is, I mean, when we receive a medical aid call or we receive a collision call, we roll out trucks and personnel that cost $500,000 or more.
Yes.
And I'm hoping at some point, I've seen it in some of the larger agencies where they're looking to go back to a squad, a medical squad, and hopefully at some point with the fire committee, you guys can take a closer look at that, where we actually pay a couple or 3 or 4, whatever that number is, of firefighters to be upgraded to paramedics, and then find a way to work smarter, not harder. And so, Chief, thank you. I appreciate your report.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Councilmember Resendez, you had a comment?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, yeah, I'm sitting here thinking, and yeah, one thing I was going to bring up is I'd like to see the staffing numbers for those years too. I was wondering if we're fully staffed or not. I think we need more detail when it comes to the trades as well. The more information, the better. And the more that I think about it, City Manager Miller said that, I think you said it, I can't remember, it's getting late, sorry. I came on 2018, but I've been attending meetings for quite a while before that. So I remember that this has been problematic. So I think you said Carson Clower 2014 made mention of it. Then 2018, now we're at 2022. We need an outside party to come in and do some type of audit. Somebody that's gonna specifically tell us, here is what the problem is. Not that I don't trust the information we're getting, but this is how they can help us to move forward, right? If it's the county, then it's the county. If it's the trades, and if it's the calling out sick, or if it's the lower staffing, we need somebody to come in here and really delve through all this information and present all this data to us. And I think the only way we can do that is to do an audit. So that's what I would suggest. But this is very, very helpful. This is the first time I've seen something like this and all the time that I've been coming here. And this is reoccurring. And of course, we want to continue to support the firefighters, but we've got to get to the bottom of this. Like, what is the problem? Exactly. What are the problems, and what can we do moving forward?
Chief, do you know if the people that are doing the fire study, do they do those kind of things?
They can. ESCI. Yeah, they
Yeah.
can.
So we probably should.
Yeah, that's what I was
include that
going
in
to say.
I just think we need to go there. Like, it's been 8 years. And we're still having the same conversation. So if we get this information done, then good. You know what I'm saying? Now we've got the information to make more informed decisions, to have a better plan moving forward. If it's the county, it's the county. If it's something we have to do internally, but we need that information and we don't have it. And I'd love to see the information about the calls as well. So the more information, the better. But specifically, I'm wondering, yeah, what's the issue? Why are we still talking about this 8 years down the road? And how do we fix it moving forward? So I would strongly suggest that we do some type of an audit or a study. Thanks.
Thank you.
Just real quick. So every year our fire responses go up,
Correct.
correct? Our auto accidents definitely go up.
Yeah, they've gone up significantly over the last 3 years.
Medical aids go up.
Yes.
And our overtime budget went up a little bit. Okay. 10%. Okay. No, I was just wondering, because it's like, everyone knows where I stand on this. It's like, when it comes to our safety, when someone's hurt, We need to respond when someone's trapped in a building and it's on fire. We need the police department, fire department. And I just totally, again, I think Ignacio is going to talk more about the study that's going to be happening, but we are addressing a lot of these. If the ones we're not addressing yet, we will be addressing on this fire ad hoc committee.
Have anything? Yeah, the study that we did before helped us understand that, and they could definitely zero in on some of these other areas. They made great recommendations when they did the study before, so this would be a good update. And it's a reality check, most importantly, what needs to be done. And they did a great job before, so I'm looking forward to that. And as Vice Mayor Perez said, as we're meeting again, that's helpful, because one of the things, if you remember, we were doing was looking at where those actions were occurring, so we can zoom in on, well, why? Well, how do we fix this area? What's causing this? It's all good information, so I'm looking forward to it. And it was a very good presentation tonight.
Thank you.
So thank you very much. Do we have any speaker cards?
What?
We have
No speaker cards?
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Just gonna
darn.
Your
check
best
Zoom really
performance and
quick.
no speaker
And
cards.
No speakers on Zoom either.
All right, thank you very much. We'll move to item G5. What is that about?
Did you want me to talk about this one?
G5?
Yeah, so it looks like we need to appoint a new
Oh.
council member to be the department liaison for the fire department. So
But this
is that what that's?
this
about?
would also be for the fire committee. And Mr. Perez was the alternate, so he would move right into that position, or do we need to?
I've been voluntold.
Hey, you showed up, okay? You showed up. You made that mistake, so.
So we need to appoint to the fire protection committee. Is that what it is? 'Cause
Well, he was the
the only thing in the
alternate.
staff report says the department liaison.
Okay, well, we got to stick with that, and that's what it's on there. So, I mean, Mr. Perez would, would be the person for that.
So does anyone want to be the fire department liaison from council?
That's what I'm saying. Mr. Perez would probably be the,
Oh, Perez wants to.
since he's going to be involved in the fire committee
Okay,
meeting, that would make sense.
so
That doesn't have an
that's the
alternate.
consensus then.
Yeah, we're good. Is
Okay.
that all right with the council? Okay. Got that one. H1.
This is just where we have all of the council agenda item requests with the status and the updates. And this is council's opportunity if they have any questions or comments about the list.
Okay, is there any questions, comments? Good there. All right, then we're going to move to adjournment. Tonight, we're going to adjourn in the memory of John Barrett
And Zavon.
and Zavon Casada.
Casada.
Is there a motion?
So moved.
for the
Second.
motion? And a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0. Thank you, everyone, and good night. I know.
Dolores. Doing point of order, that is amazing. Kudos for that. And Mayor and Mr. Resendes, you need to stop accusing people of developers because there's no proof. Show the proof. I haven't seen it. I've tried looking and I don't see the proof. You actually accused our recall group of